3 rounds in, 2 rounds to go at the 2022 PDGA Pro World Championships.
We've got a barnyard battle at the top, the goat and the goose.
We're watching kind of a interesting battle right now. 2 completely different play styles. And I think actually coming into the country club, Aaron has the advantage.
I'm really happy with the place I put myself in, so I'm hoping that I can just continue to play the same game I've been playing, stay consistent, and then make everyone else chase after me.
I mean, I'm in second place right now, so I don't have anything to lose. You know, it's whoever's in the lead is who I'm going for. So right now it's Aaron, Joe, and Calvin are behind me, but you know, I'm just looking at whoever's in first.
Welcome back to beautiful Emporia, Kansas and the Country Club for the final round of the PDGA Pro Worlds presented by Dynamic Discs. After 4 incredible days of disc golf, Aaron Gossage heads into round 5 with a 3-stroke lead. Hot on his heels, Macbeth, Heimberg, and Orem, whose life will never be the same. We all get to find out live on the Disc Golf Network. There is the man, Gossage. 3 strokes clear of this incredible field. Welcome to the booth at the Country Club. That is 3-time world champion Nate Dossman, who's been here before. Brian Earhart over here. I am Ian Anderson. Nate, talk about this mental game we've been seeing from Gossage all week long.
Yeah, the mental game from Gossage so far has been really untouchable, to be completely honest. Just 2 bogeys on the weekend. And, you know, at the end of the day, right now, he has to be in it to win it. You cannot break your concentration until literally you walk up and you know the tournament is yours and it's going to be dropping that disc into the bottom of the basket. But so far, Gossage has showed that mentally he is prepared to be a world champion, but 18 holes is an eternity here in the final round of the World Championship.
Brian, thoughts on Gossage?
I mean, if you ask anyone, players, spectators, anyone watching this go down right now, who's more talented, they're going to say Paul Macbeth. But Aaron Gossage knows that. I know he knows that, but he's crafted a foolproof game plan out here at the Country Club, and you can tell Paul has to work a lot harder out here to execute. He can throw all the same shots that Gossage can throw, but Gossage is executing time and time again. Simple game plan.
He's finding hyzers and executing the hyzers extremely well. It was a nice little important moment early, Nate.
Yeah, I really liked how he got the crowd to where they wanted, he wanted them to be, and then executed, did not falter on that moment. But Brian, it's literally just shot after shot like this. It's one angle disc golf. He's performing at an extremely high level, and of course the putting has been an important piece of the puzzle.
I actually caught up with Tristan Tanner last night, who's also in 5th place, playing fantastic this week, and he's played a lot of rounds with Goss, one of the best shot makers in the world when it comes to forehand and backhand combined. And obviously his putting, you know, is fantastic. So I am so excited to see how he handles this challenge. There's so much more pressure than he's ever experienced before. He's admitted to Terry Miller interviewing him after his rounds that he's felt the pressure, and he's succumbed to the pressure. But now he's had a full night of rest, and now he's got to come to this final round and put on a show.
Over to the man trying to apply pressure, Macbeth. Interesting from him yesterday. It was Nate.
I mean, Paul Macbeth has been an absolute riddle all week long. We have not been able to figure this out, and if you know the answer, go ahead and let us know, because it's big putts made, it's big putts missed, it's limping down the fairway, it's leg injuries, it's all these things. But Paul Macbeth has not finished outside the top 10 or 2 over the last 10 years. And where is he? He's in 2nd place with 18 holes to play.
Gossage, consistency here. Look at those round ratings. And Brian, you picked up, what was his only bogey so far this tournament? What were they, Nate?
Well, he has 2 bogeys.
Okay.
And guess what hole? Hole 1 at Jones, which means he's completely bogey-free here at the Emporia Country Club.
That means if he wanted to be, you know, if he played the eagle play on 1, he could be bogey-free right now after 4 rounds of the World Championships. Insane.
I mean, this is just an earnest kid. I said this previously in the week. He has such an optimistic attitude. You listen to him after the round, he's just happy to be here. He's out here playing disc golf. He has a very simple life on the road. This guy doesn't even have a signature disc yet. and he's playing on the biggest stage that you could possibly play on with a smile on his face. You can only guess what he's feeling inside, but he's done a phenomenal job of staying composed, and it looks like he's really reveling in this spotlight.
From the B pool, unprecedented. Nate, we've talked, you can't come up with a memory like this, can you?
We really were digging deep, and B pool has always been handled a little different if you go way back, but in modern times,
ladies and gentlemen,
nobody has performed this well out of the B pool since about 2007. Mike Randolph made a good run at the top from the B pool. So Tristan doing something very special here in more recent years in disc golf professional world championships.
It just shows you what he can do when he's healthy.
Yeah, and his mind's clear, and he's not thinking about other things. He's completely focused on playing the World Championship. He's performed extremely well.
Thus far, representing Latitude 64, Tristan Tanner.
You see that orange disc from Tristan today? That's his Royal Rive. That's going at least 450, if not 500.
I mean, that's pretty much 5 bills right there. Tristan throws harder and with more spin than a lot of players out there. Beautiful shot.
From Kansas City, Missouri, also shooting 33 strokes under par for the week. And representing your host sponsor, Dynamic Discs, this is Chris Clemens.
Enforcer for Clemens.
Next on the box, shooting 32 strokes under par for the week from Mesa, Arizona, and representing Innova Champion Discs, Anthony Varela.
And Varela busting out the Halo Boss. We've seen some huge shots from this disc on 17. There are few things more fun in disc golf than watching the Varela. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I guess you could do that. That's one way to play it off the tee. What a shot.
Spin in the catch game.
These guys are pretty good, huh, folks? Next on the tee, shooting 31 strokes under par thus far for the week from Scottsdale, Arizona. Two-time world champion, also representing your host sponsor, Dynamic Discs. He is Ricky Waisaki.
And Rick grabbing his trusty Raider for the tee on one.
All right, gentlemen, have a great day out there. Good luck. Be good to each other.
This Anthony Varela arm makes Ricky look pedestrian. It's kind of crazy.
He's taken this aggressive line on one for years and years and years. I don't think there's too many players that throw with as much reckless abandon on this tee shot as Anthony, but he knows those distance lines so well. He's a distance champion. I mean, he's one of the best distance throwers in the world, potentially of all time.
Brian,
even at his young age.
So reckless, it's a straight up yeet. On one there from AB and Hooligan Discs, the maker of the yeet out of Rockwell, Texas. They have the vibe as well as the thread now. Check them out on hooligandiscs.com. And Terry Miller, he's down there on the ground with the PDGA's Danny Voss. On you, Terry.
Good afternoon from Emporia. Terry Miller, the disc golf guy, checking in with the PDGA's own Danny Voss. And moments ago, we heard Anthony Varela's drive Bushnelled 635 feet.
Amazing.
Are you going to throw after that shot? How's that going to look?
I'll get there in 3. Yeah, why not?
Well, speaking of getting there, we're 5 rounds in. This is it. It all comes to a head now. Just a few minutes ago, actually, we saw our FPO champion crowned. Spoiler, folks, Kristen Tatar. Congratulations, Kristen. That's a very elite club, isn't it?
Yeah, of course. You know, there haven't been a lot of world champions, period. I mean, there's several 5-time winners. You know, we crowned a brand new champion, only the 3rd international. She joins Elaine King and Brigitte Lagerhorn. So that's a really great club to be in, for sure.
Well, and speaking of the competition, Aaron Gossage right now that has an advantage over a 5-timer in Paul Macbeth. But we've seen this country club can create the drama. Maybe not as much as last year, but there's drama to be had here, isn't there?
Yeah, 16, 18, we all know it's going to come down to that probably, who's going to keep it inside the lines. Yeah, and just composure. I mean, this is the biggest stage. I'm amped up. I don't know what else to say.
Well, and the only reason this is the biggest stage is not only just because it's a PDGA major, but because of our hosts and the sponsors and the spectators. Talk a little bit about what it takes to pull this off and how we're able to be here.
Yeah, I just wanted to take a minute and just kind of thank everybody, especially the viewers and the spectators here, the players for putting on a great show, the host, and of course the volunteers. All this rope, all this water, everything else, it's amazing. People like you, Terry, the crew, you know, DGN crew, thanks so much. And hey, let's wrap this thing up and make it a good one.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it. I don't even have any more words for it. It's going to be amazing. That's Danny. I'm Terry. I'll find you guys in the fairway.
Terry and Danny, thank you so much for that, and can't wait to check in with Terry later as he makes his way around this country club course. Live look down at Tanner, his 2nd on 1.
One of the things I was noticing the most, we had the drone shot, and the crowd is out. The crowd is here. This morning, Danny talked about 2,100 total tickets sold here on Sunday, so a large crowd. Of course, the property is so big, it doesn't seem that big, but there's a lot of people out here to see who's going to be the world champion. You might ask yourself the question, you know, what does it mean for the guys on the chase card? Well, there's a lot. There's a lot of pride involved. You're performing at the World Championship. These days, there's something to be said about finishing in the top 10 at a World Championship. And for some people, when they get down later in their life, they're going to say, yeah, I was in the top 10 in the world at one point. And that's a big point of pride for these guys.
It's incredible.
It really is.
To be the 10th best in the world at anything.
No question.
Barilla. AB through the 635. A's chase card final round. What do you think, Bri?
Here's some context. He did the long drive this week, didn't get any of his 5 to really full flight. His longest at the long drive competition was 550.
Is he going to go for the green?
He is, but he's overturned that. That might be a great tree hit, honestly.
Oh, it did. It actually drifted back into the middle of the fairway. It did.
I didn't see that. Wow. And this from your featured hole broadcast, Emerson Keith, T of 16.
It's been hole-in-ones. We've had one, actually 2, but 1 on camera. And it's just, these guys are throwing darts.
Oh, that was so meaty. Oh. And you can watch that on the Disc Golf Network. We have our featured hole broadcast there, and a compliment to this one. And if you're watching on YouTube, you can consider subscribing. There's a ton of incredible. This is my favorite part of the year, Nate. This little Northeast stretch to end, and then the Pro Tour Championships, USDGC. Oh.
Yeah, obviously not to say that we don't have tremendous events all year long, but there is something about the run to the USDGC.
Playoffs.
You go to the Northeast, you play on some incredible courses in front of some incredible crowds, and there it is right there. You have the Green Mountain Championship, the MVP Open at Maple Hill, and then of course the Tour Championship, and that's where all the money's made too, and a way to really cap off the season.
Clemens throwing 3 on 1.
Clemens made a really good run yesterday. Was on our lead card. Just missing out on the featured card today, the lead card today.
Yeah, just 1 stroke off that 3rd place tie.
Yeah, I mean, podium in is still open for all of these guys on the lead, on the chase.
Aaron Gossage getting ready. Brian, are you a loop, swoop, and pull or a bunny ear guy?
You know, I think the bunny ears are an inferior knot. So I think the loop, swoop, and pull is good. And Aaron has clearly prepared himself for this moment. Nice tight shoes. Not to knock the bunny ear tires, but I think there's maybe another method you could try.
There's more integrity in the loop, swoop. That is Ricky Wysocki.
Such a disappointing day for Ricky yesterday. Just a little bit of over effort. And by that I mean there's this tension that you have because you're trying to put it in close. You're trying to make that extra move. And early on in the week, Ricky was so calm and so collected, and he knew, okay, I could go from 50th to 30th to 15th. And yesterday, when the rubber really needed to meet the road, he just tried a little bit too hard.
My heart was breaking for him on 14 there when that eagle chained out. Tanner. Catches that tree on the right. He'll have a circle's edge putt.
Yeah, today, hole 1 playing slightly easier to the field. Playing as the 13th most difficult hole.
Nate Sexton with a birdie look. Hole 2.
And Sexton started on the top of the 3rd card today.
That's a birdie make on hole 2.
Chance for Sexton to finish in the top 10 at the World Championships for 3 straight years.
So impressive. Barella's 3rd. After the 2nd didn't go quite as planned, but looks like he's back on track for the most part. What do these guys got to do from the chase card to be relevant, Nate? Is it perfection?
It's not perfection, but it's about getting on a run early on. It's about finding some birdies, and the most crucial time for all of these players is the first hour. This front 7 is so critical. If you can birdie 5, if not all 7, and get yourself to the tee at 8 with a really hot round, that's what you can do. It doesn't have to be perfect from 8 to the finish, but this first 7, very gettable throughout the week so far.
Okay. Tanner looks to get 1, coming back up the hill for birdie. Love that man's putt.
Yeah, I talked to him a little bit last night, and he was saying how routine has been the biggest focus for him this week. He's been trying to get to bed at the exact same time every day. He's been trying to eat the same thing every day. He said this has been his form of meditation for the past couple of weeks, is really trying to zone in on what mindset he's going to have and keep throughout the rest of the week. He says he feels fantastic mentally and physically, and clearly it's showing.
Barella. Early tough birdie look. Every one of those today.
Yeah, and the other thing, going along with what Doss said about the chase card, they also kind of have to bet on Gossage not showing up today. Because once that happens, they're only a couple strokes away from Paul Macbeth, who's in 2nd place. Anything is possible. So Gossage kind of has the steering wheel in his hands right now.
Let's see if Ricky can take the wheel and snag a birdie. He's got the good luck bucket hat back on. And that winning outfit as well, I believe. A little superstition there for Ricky on a final day. It doesn't pay off on 1, though. Clemens. Birdie look. Little low there for Clemens. Tough start for the chase card. Just 1 birdie. That from Tanner. Your leader, Aaron Gossage. You will see him on the other side of this break. Back in just a few. The Professional Disc Golf World Championships is a PDGA major and is brought to you by Dynamic Discs. Be dynamic.
He's way out of position. Like,
he's gonna have to force it though.
I don't think he can.
Think it's even possible?
It's in the impossible range.
The way Worlds ended last year, you couldn't have wrote that in a book.
After the initial reaction, I had to process.
If you don't even think it's a sport, watching this moment has to get you pumped up.
He's going to need the shot of the century.
I could sense something was about to happen.
I'm asked all the time, why do you play disc golf so much? The best answer I can think about is, there's just something about disc golf. You might think it's just like any other sport, but I can promise you this is not the case. Disc golf is the closing of your computer, the discipline that it requires, that sound of those chains. I don't know what it is. The whole world should have the opportunity to try it. Let's grow this sport.
What do I love about disc golf? Same thing we all love. Sound of the chains.
I love that you can play on a course or make up your own.
My favorite thing about disc golf is challenging myself every time I step onto a court.
What do I love disc golf? It gives me the chance to connect with an incredible community and throw some pretty amazing discs. Because after all, pig is love, pig is life.
I love disc golf because you can be as creative as you want with this sport.
You don't become the best without taking risks. In 2012, we decided to make our own first 4 molds. Now, almost 10 years later, we want to share with you a piece of this history with our 10-year anniversary box.
I mean, it's literally the most popular disc of all time in the history of the sport. At its core, it's one of the most important tools a player has in their bag, a dependable, straight-flying mid-range. But the legacy of the Buzz goes a lot deeper than just that.
And your PDGA World Champion on the FPO side, Tatar, a commanding victory. 8 strokes clear the field, Nate.
From start to finish, Kristen Tatar put on a world championship performance. And I was very fortunate to basically sit in this room and watch every single shot that she put down. And just an incredible champion. We could not be more happy for Kristen. And Silver actually got to run over and give her a hug and kiss and say congratulations before he went and completed his round. Lucky he ended up there on 8, but big congratulations to Kristen.
I mean, I was talking to FPO players throughout the entire week. They all, weirdly enough, said the same thing. She wants it more than everybody else, and clearly she showed it through her play. It's amazing when an athlete's desire for success comes through in their play, and they're void of fear, and they know what they want so badly. Congratulations to Kristen. What a performance.
Kind of
amazing
scary
stuff.
She's not even healthy right now.
Yeah. Oh, it's only the beginning.
Wow. Let's gonna see who will take the crown on the men's side. Center screen, Aaron Gossage.
I'll say this. I find Matty O a very important person on this final card. In 2005, Matt Oram was in the final 9 of the last unknown world champion, or unlikely world champion, which was myself. Matty O played on that card, and he's here today. Could Aaron Gossage be the next relatively unknown disc golfer to become a world champion? Only time will tell, but Matty O Boy, what a
After a
champion over
long
all these
week.
years.
Gossage looking poised to do
First
it,
on
though.
the box from Grand Junction, Colorado, shooting 39 strokes under par. Representing Discraft, your leader, Aaron Gossage. Next on the tee at 36 strokes under par from Huntington Beach, California, and representing Discraft, and 5-time MPO World Champion, Paul Macbeth. Next on the box, shooting 34 strokes under par for the week from Creola, Alabama, and representing Westside Discs, this is Matt Oram. And rounding out our lead card of the 2022 Professional Disc Golf World Championships presented by Dynamic Discs, shooting 34 strokes under par from Safety Harbor, Florida, and representing Innova Champion Discs, this is Calvin Heinberg. One more round of applause for our players, folks. Let's hear it.
And they are off down the fairway of one. Here it is, your U-Disc powered course close-up.
Well, this is another one of those traditional golf courses turned into a championship disc golf course. Put in the ground in 2015. They hosted Pro Worlds the following year in 2016. This course has changed so much over the years. But this course is all about execution and landing your disc and avoiding the OB. It's a long course, almost 11,000 feet, lots of water carries, tight OB. Very, very tricky to maneuver, even without the wind. We've been seeing players make a lot of the same mistakes they would make with the wind. But today being the most windy, we'll see how the players come out today.
And you can now check out U-Disc on over 40 Garmin watches. Huge thanks to U-Disc. Swinging over to Nate's Keys, brought to you by blackinkdisc.com, the premium disc golf store.
Well, hopefully the daily routine has been the same up until today, because tomorrow it doesn't even matter. But accurate distance, so critical. Aaron Gossage has been the best at that throughout this tournament. Can he keep that up? That's going to be a huge step for him today. And then patience. There's really no way to make this go any faster. You have to play one shot at a time. You cannot rush this. You've got to enjoy the moment, because otherwise it can overtake you.
This is Wysocki on 2 to save par after OB drive. Incredible save.
That really is an incredible save, and that's really just what Ricky's been doing. So many mistakes, and his greatness is what keeps him in it all this time, but can't overcome out of bounds.
Gossage. Just 4 OBs from Aaron this whole tournament.
And again, 2 of those were on hole 1 at Jones Supreme.
That's a great point.
Say this, through 2 shots, it's looked about perfect for Gossage.
He's right on line.
The other reason that I bring up Matteo, beyond the story I was telling about back in 2005, is that Matteo keeps things loose. He's not one of those guys that's not going to make noise and not be talking and chatting and reacting. He keeps it loose, and that can help Aaron Gossage, because sometimes just a little smile is all you need. A little deep breath is all you need.
Yeah, if you need someone to talk to, Matt will talk to you during your round.
100%.
Yeah. Oram. That's just fine with his second. I think it settles inbounds. Look at that gallery line fairway on 1. That's a lot of fairway to get lined as well.
I knew those spectators were hiding somewhere.
There they are. Sexton on 3. Birdie look. A very nice drive. All right. Nate, 2 for 3 on the day. Up a spot in the solo 8th currently. Back on 2, Barella. Finds the bottom. And back to 1, Macbeth.
And for those of you at home watching just this final round, and you haven't been watching throughout the tournament, it's going to be really interesting to watch the way that Gossage and Macbeth play this course. So different. Think about it. Gossage threw a 1-angled hyzer on the tee. Macbeth threw a drifting flat shot that had almost every angle in the book. They play the course differently, and I think that's a critical factor as they come down the stretch.
Heimberg. Second after a massive tee shot. That sounds like it settled in bounds.
I'll say this. Last night at dinner, Val said to me, for the first time I saw Calvin Heimberg throw in person, and wow, that's all she said. Just like Gossage on the putt with Macbeth back on Thursday, she said, wow, this guy throws as far as anybody, and it's a low laser line drive.
So impressive. Tristan Tanner on the tee of 3. Sneaks inside and under that tree. That's a birdie look for Tanner.
It's a nice 460-foot forehand hyzer.
Casual.
I mean, Tristan and Gossage, both from Colorado, both very powerful players, said that playing in Colorado helped them learn how to throw hard from both sides. And it's paying off on these courses. I mean, a lot of times we don't play courses this open. But you know what? It's point A to point B. Whatever strength you have to lean on. Again, like I said, Macbeth can throw all these lines.
Yeah, everybody can try and copy Aaron's lineup if they want to try, but nobody has done it.
You have to craft a game plan based on percentages, especially if you have the skill that Aaron Gossage has with this hyzer forehand.
On these par 5s at Country Club, these are the potential air spots for Gossage. Tricky green here.
So good.
Handled very nicely inside circle 1. And then the last thing that we're going to be paying attention to, as he's thrown 3 great shots, is the putting. The putting has really been the linchpin to his success throughout this week. Just missing a couple C1X putts. He's made a couple outside circle 1 putts as well. So got to keep a close eye on the putting stroke.
Yeah, he's been in the mix before at OTB a couple years past, but down the stretch, those nerves would start to show. You'll see some low putts. That's his nervy miss, if it's there. Hopefully not today. Oram into the green. Live look down from the drone cam at that Orem approach.
Now you can see the basket there. Just short of it is an out-of-bounds area in that golf tee area. The concrete on the left out of bounds, and out of bounds long after a downhill slope.
Threes tee with AB. Circles edge look for 2. Back to 1, Macbeth into the green. Love that bump and run. It's so easy to go long in that approach, Nate.
Yeah, it really is. Paul did exactly what he needed to do. That teeing area just short of the pin is out of bounds, but you can skip off it, check right down to that basket. Perfect speed for Macbeth. Calvin yesterday made a massive mistake on his third shot here on 1. Today, much closer to the basket. Pretty much a very easy up and down for Calvin.
A bit lucky that second shot stayed in bounds. Did you see how close that was?
He did come very close to that out of bounds area, but what control from Calvin on that third shot.
Back to 3 for Barella, putting for birdie. AB, I always say the highest ceiling in the game. If there's a hole he can't birdie, you should probably change the hole.
I mean, he's got a beautiful throw, beautiful putting stroke, but you still have to golf at the end of the day.
Yeah.
You know, and that's a mental game. Doesn't matter how good your skill ceiling potentially is. How are you
see
today?
Improvements though from AB. I don't know if you remember, like, was it 2019 Worlds? He made lead card and then just
definitely
it was like 10 over or something.
I mean, he's
right?
still only like 21 years old, I believe.
He's
I mean,
a young man. Yeah.
He's just been playing since he was a little kid, just like a lot of these players now. Matty O, Calvin. I mean, this entire lead card is full of players that have been playing since they were kids.
Orem coming back up the hill for birdie. To make every one of those today, and that's a stroke on the floor.
Yeah, I think that's a little bit of nerves, but that was also a tough putt. His feet were really sloped up ahead of him there.
Those nautical flags are moving, Nate.
They are. Yeah, this is the most win we've seen throughout the week, and definitely it will add a little bit of challenge for our competitors.
First look at your leader's putt. It's a nice distance for a first putt. That is the nervy miss I was slightly worried about.
Again, we see this before so many times. Couple of early mistakes sometimes tightens the focus up and they can snap back in.
The lead down to 2 happened just that fast.
And, you know, that was just the 4th missed C1X putt for Gossage this week. And that was by far the closest one that we've had.
Birdie there for Heimberg, a par for Gossage as he heads to 2. That's where the lead sits. A quick break. We'll be back in just a few. Wiki for birdie on 3. Fantastic drive. Who is that guy? And what has he done with Wysocki? 2, Macbeth. Went with the Onyx here yesterday. Looks like the same. It's in bounds. It's very short, Brian.
Normally when the wind picks up, it is a bit of a headwind on this hole, so it's not easy. It's kind of a head cross to the right most of the time, so we'll have to eventually check up with Terry and see what he thinks about the wind out here.
Tanner on 4. A gem. Oh, what a nasty roll. And Terry, our lead card has reached the tee of 2. Talk about the wind they're facing here.
Yeah, it's not so much that they're facing the wind as it is pushing from left to right. So what was a tailwind on 1 is now a left to right wind that'll be pushing them here on hole number 2's tee.
Got you. Thank you, Terry.
And again, for a little bit of perspective, 2, 3, and 4 all play in the same direction. So they're going to be handling this wind for the next 3 shots.
Got a little disc change here for Gossage.
Well, this crosswind makes it so much harder to show the bottom of the disc right away, like he likes to throw the hyzer forehand.
That's, again, safe but a long approach.
It's a really, really tricky crosswind.
Ahead on 4, Clemens for birdie. Ooh, beautiful jumper there from Chris. Orem.
Terry, as we see the shot here from Matty O, what is the look for Gossage? He got over on the right side. What's he looking at there, Terry Miller?
Well, as you know, this is a blind uphill shot, and then when you're pinched off to the right, it feels like it would bring in a challenge for most players, but Gossage is going to probably just hang something high into the left and then let it just fade in. He's going to use the wind to his advantage here with the forehand.
Brian, we're flying 2.
I mean, with this left to right crosswind, it makes it so difficult. I mean, you have to maneuver this OB, all this dry stuff off to the left is out of bounds, and you have to either swing that power righty sidearm or a backhand turnover that fights that crosswind, land it in bounds, hopefully far enough up the hill to where you can somewhat see the basket. If you're not far enough up there, it's a really blind second shot, so a lot of depth perception is used here. This is a very tricky hole, just gauging distance.
And we are getting a look at the Heimberg position. I know I shouldn't, but I don't think you can birdie from this far back.
With this crosswind, and if he throws a nice solid backhand with some turn, he can definitely get up there.
Okay.
Absolutely. But it's a very good wind read.
Ride. Be the one.
Oh, catching the last tree he needed to beat. He did it, Brian. Like, he threw it well enough to get there.
Yeah, it's not that long of a par 4. The opening tee shot is really the most challenging part.
Tanner for birdie. He saw the drive and the roll to this position. Ooh. He has not left many out there this week. I think he's actually close to leading the tournament in putting. Back to 2 for Orem.
It's a very tricky shot for Matt Orem. He's got to try to twist it just to the right of those big trees and bring it back at the end. That's a pretty good job from Matty O. It'll be a long look for birdie, but still better than getting caught up early. Gossage not far from where Matt Oram was. Now, this is where you feel like the big sidearm comes into play, because he can use that sidearm, swinging it out left of those trees.
So we had Oram ranged at 415 to the pin.
And we just also have not seen Aaron Gossage have to scramble too much. He's kind of been in all the positions that he probably practiced from. A critical shot here.
Rolling into the bullseye. Well, it's, oh my goodness. That was a 400-foot uphill sidearm on one angle, maybe. Terry, what is Paul looking at down there? How's he looked so far walking around?
You know, interestingly enough about Paul, as he walked up to the tee to get started on hole 1, he didn't have a big smile on his face. He wasn't jovial or conversational. He was very focused, very dialed, almost to the point where it frightened me. So Paul McBeth definitely knows what's on the line here today.
He's the McBeast for a reason, Terry. And puts it into circle 2 for a birdie look.
And a very interesting skip there for Paul McBeth. A little bit of a juicy skip. Put him a little bit further left. Remember yesterday from a similar position, he airballed that putt for a birdie, Nate, from that left side.
Well called. Wysocki for birdie on 4. There's Ricky.
All spin putt today. I mean,
Ricky
it's got to be the
bounces
win,
back and forth. I've yet to figure out why. It's just what he's most comfortable with. In the pre-tournament interviews of all the players, the one question I wanted asked is, what would this World Championship mean? What would your 6th mean for Paul's in Paul's situation? All he responded with was, I want to prove to everyone that I want it more than everybody else. Well, this is his chance to prove that. And that's an interesting response from a guy who's won 5 world titles, but that's his mentality. Prove you want it more than the next guy.
Heimberg. 3rd into the green. On the walk for a drop in 4. Anthony Borelli, he is tied for 3rd currently, takes the tee of 5. That is just smoted.
I mean, perfect play on the crosswind.
Yeah.
And also let that crosswind give him a bit more speed into that skip. That's a huge shot.
Oram. Let's circle 2, look at birdie. After that miss on 1, you know he'd love the redemption here. Not quite.
Matt Oram, such a momentum-based player. He really likes to get it going, and a lot of hand movements and, you know, throwing it up and this and that. Saban says for Matty O, you got to make more putts than that.
McBeth, big putt coming up here for birdie. Overcorrection from yesterday, possibly, Nate?
It's hard to tell. It's really tough to tell with Paul.
He has been an enigma, hasn't he, on the green?
Yeah, it's so out of character for Paul in a lot of ways.
Gossage. That 3-stroke lead again. High in the chains there, Nate.
Yeah, it wasn't as close as we thought it was, but I think it was actually the perfect distance because it's really a redemption from the previous basket. He stepped up, he nailed it, and he got the stroke back that he's given up. You have to do that throughout today's round. If you give one up, you got to get it back if you can, and he was able to do it right there.
Drop in pars for those two. Tanner, second shot on 5. Just a little bit short, but not bad. Robinson for birdie on 6. Slow start, warming up. Chris Clemens throwing 2 on 5. Bullseye. And Callaway on 6, putting for birdie. Oh, excuse me, this is for par. He went OB on the drive.
Yeah, you can see how close that circle's edge is. And a nice par save from Callaway.
Such a fast green, too.
It really is. You can see how it's just dirt, no grass right there.
And Barella, you saw the drive on 5. Here's the second. Oh, just a pace outside bullseye. Distance. Really unlocking easy second shots on those par 4s.
It's interesting because we saw AB on our lead card earlier in the tournament, and he really, it was a disaster.
He looked disinterested.
It was up and down and this and left and right and all that. But when he just unleashes, that's when he's playing his best.
Forget it.
Is when he really goes and stays aggressive. Maybe that's the key for AB.
You said the same thing about Gossage yesterday. Some players just like to throw hard, and when you get nervous, it's easy to want to stray away from that.
Yep.
But I commend both of these players, especially Gossage.
Jim. The man lives in circle 1. Macbeth next. That's his Tour Series force.
If that can get right, that's very good.
Circle's edge. Terry Barella is absolutely lighting it up early. He is 4 down through 5. You catch any of those crazy shots out there in the field?
Well, I know he's got a little extra incentive. Last night there may have been an offer or a bounty thrown out there. He said he'd need to shoot at least a 14 under. Immediately Jeff Gordon said, if you shoot 14, I'll pay you $1,000. And then he followed up and said, but if you shoot over par, you owe me $1,000. So AB's trending in the right direction right now.
Love that, Terry. Oh, Heimberg catching a lot of turn on that. Too much.
I mean, keep in mind there is now a stiff crosswind left to right.
Oram. A couple years ago, Barella shot 18 birdies in a row in Central Coast Disc Golf. It was over 2 rounds, but it was actually birdies and eagles. It wasn't just birdies. This is fading early. Terry, talk to us about that Oram shot.
Yeah, it continued to drift toward the OB, and by about 2 or 3 feet, Matty O out of bounds.
Oh. Ooh, moving the wrong way. Barella lighting it up on 6. And that arm lets him throw something so slow into the green.
But this season especially, he's taking all of that speed and power and lankiness, and he's tightening it up. Everything looks very intentional and under control. He's been great to watch this year.
Gossage. That birdie on 2 to lead back to 3.
Look at the crowd, just everybody wanting to get a front row seat to see the putting of Paul Macbeth. Yesterday in his post-round interview, he talked about, I'm just giving myself too many 33-footers. And what do we have again? A 33-footer coming up.
Clemens on 6. That's a felon for Chris. Good tree hit. There's a birdie for Clemens coming up. That will be a turkey for Chris. Heimberg from 110. Missed the branch today, Nate.
Yes, he did. Last evening, I was sitting up here in the booth for about an hour after the show, and I was looking out over the 18th green here, and who did I see? Calvin Heimberg walking up the fairway. Calvin immediately went back out, played for about an hour and a half.
No kidding.
So Calvin still in it to win it. It means that much. He took the time yesterday to try to right the ship.
Barella, a birdie look on 6. 5 through 6. That's that kind of pace you talked about they would need from the chase card to make waves.
Very critical. I mean, and AB's doing it, and he has enough power if he can keep it in bounds to get to that 14 under number.
He's tied with Macbeth right now in second place.
The course record is 13 under, set by Tristan Tanner in the first round of this World Championship. That 14 under would be the new course record. He'd be $1,000 richer, and who knows? I mean, it could be a second place. It could possibly be a first place. AB is making everybody out there think about what is possible today.
Macbeth, important birdie look. They all are today.
There's the redemption putt right there.
You got to make putts if you're going to win a World Championship, and that was Paul making the adjustment from the previous hole. Similar distance, similar angle, able to get that one up and in.
Gossage.
Let's watch the low miss. That's the one we expect from Gossage. He has that low pitch putt.
Yep.
And when you get nervous, you just don't pop, you just don't extend. Keep an eye on it from Gossage.
They are on their way to hole 4. A break until they get there. Back in just a few. Nate Sexton way out of position, his second on 7.
Sexton all the way up into a solo position on 7th, and a nice shot.
Get out in circle 1. Back to 4, Macbeth.
That's just that veteran play from Sexton. The one thing we can say about Nate is that he hasn't made an over effort. You know, he was leaning into this one. He kind of came in his mind as an underdog and just said, I need to play my game, and he's clearly doing that, still playing well here in the final round.
4 down through 7.
Much better angle on this one than the other day.
And no matter the putting woes, I'm going to go ahead and give him that putt. Paul Macbeth will make that one.
Fair.
That'll be another birdie. Yesterday, remember, he got very lucky, skipped over the wall.
Ooh.
And stayed in bounds.
Managed to get the birdie as well.
Yep.
Gossage needs the birdie to maintain the 2-stroke lead. Circle's edge. He'd like to be closer.
Boy, you almost think this tournament might come down to the proximity to the hole statistic here. You know, the closer that these guys can get it in there, who can be closer to the basket between Macbeth and Gossage?
Heimberg tagged the front of the cage yesterday with his eagle. Missing the line left today. No drop-in birdie coming his way. Oram.
Hole 4 playing as the 11th most difficult, 36% birdies. Not that many bogeys, just 12%. It's one of those holes where there's not a ton of out of bounds, minus the golf green, short left of the pin, and a little bit long in this basket. Only 12% bogeys. Got to stay aggressive on a shot like this.
Oh, look at that shot.
Lovely. And Macbeth putting pressure on the competition at Worlds. That's patented. That's how you get 5 world titles. Chasing 6 here. Huge thanks to our friend at Sunstein. Take care of your patent, trademark, NFT copyright needs. Head over to sunsteinlaw.com. Paul is headed for a birdie on 4.
I mean, man, I hope he doesn't patent the hyzer forehand. Aaron's done. He's done out here.
He did just out Gossage the Gossage right there.
I mean, I think there's a psychological element to that too. I think Paul's watching him all week going, I can do that. I can throw that shot.
Aaron might end up having to pay some royalties. John Tompkins, the caddy of Paul Macbeth, has been on the bag for many world championships for the Beast.
The fairway of 4 here with Heimberg.
There's just holes out there that Heimberg's at a disadvantage. Not having that big sidearm has to throw really just a lot more challenging of shots.
Tossing a rhino right into the bullseye for par. Barella throwing 2 on 7. Huge drive from Anthony. Not the best approach he's ever thrown, but hopefully good enough. And a few moments earlier, Sexton for birdie. You saw the approach. Solid golf. That's what that man does.
Yeah, a lot to play for, too, for Nate, because playoff implications, potential tour championship implications.
Huge implications here. Gossage for birdie. Circle's edge.
A make and a fist pump from Aaron Gossage. Dead center in the chains. Beautiful execution.
Oram comes back for birdie. No worries there. Oram back to even on the day. Macbeth drops in birdie. Heimberg drops in par. And one more look at this Gossage putt. This pump is good. A break on the network. Back in just a few.
When you first sign up for a PDGA membership, you're given a PDGA number. Your PDGA number is a stamp for when you got involved in the sport. It's a badge of pride for players and a part of your disc golf identity. Get your number today. Visit pdga.com/join.
T of 5, Macbeth. Back 2.
I love this play.
Open up the backhand hyzer.
Yeah.
Well, and really one of the bright lights of Macbeth's game this week has been that sidearm.
Truth, Nate.
It's been really good.
Barella on 7 for birdie. Finding the bottom of the bucket. Another one. 6 for 7. That's the type of pressure you need to apply from the chase.
Yes.
But
now the course gets tough. 8,
That's
9,
very true.
10, all the way up to 12. Very challenging.
That will be the key. Gossage. The blue nuke is back.
Back low, still in bounds. Again, with that power on the sidearm, the scary thing coming up for Gossage is this left side shot up the hill. It's a very scary shot because you're out of bounds the entire way up that left side.
Terry, while we watch this Orem drive, I'd love to get your thoughts on Macbeth and Gossage's position from there.
Yeah, just the fact that Macbeth's hyzer is going to be so much more open on that right-hand side. And Gossage, of course, may be playing to that left side, just knowing that he's going to have the forehand hyzer, but he's going to bring OB into play right off the front of the shot, and that's what's dangerous.
Yeah. Really great point, Terry.
And I've seen players do that many, many times on that left side. The ground play is so tricky. Either you throw it out of bounds early, never come back in, or you get that nasty skip off the golf fairway.
Especially with the wind. I've seen so many crosswinds hold those discs out there.
Exactly.
Heimberg.
I just think back to when Gossage threw the second shot here with a backhand. It was one of his first backhands of the day, and it was absolute fire. Right. I mean, he was next to the pin, so this is going to be a challenge for Aaron.
Clemens for birdie. This 4 in a row. There's 4 in a row for Chris Clemens. The fire has been lit. Ahead on 16, Simon. He's also putting for 4 in a row. Better late than never. Solid round from the German.
Yeah, I'm just not sure that that statement applies for somebody like Simon Lizotte. He's been extremely frustrated throughout the week. I mean, it is true.
Better late than never.
Make your way up the board. But Simon's the type that needs a world championship on his resume. That's what he's going for. It's been a disappointing week for Simon Lizotte. Although, we should congratulate him. He is getting married next week up in Massachusetts.
Live look down from the drone cam as they make their way up 5's fairway along with the gallery.
So that drone view is just a beautiful look at what Gossage will have. You can see him right there. You can see him just center your screen in the black shirt. He's Bushnelling it. And as Terry said, if he goes with this sidearm and he goes a little too wide, he's out of bounds immediately. When you have these types of shots, the error tends to be to the right. You don't all the way go aggressive. Let's see what kind of shot Aaron has for us.
Terry, what kind of wind is Aaron looking at for this approach here on 5?
It's coming over his left shoulder, so you would think, well, maybe his right shoulder. It's somewhat behind him, so he's going to have to adjust the height and the release accordingly.
Got you. Thank you. Gossage 310 to the pin. Oh, roll back in. It does. What a break.
It's just hard. It's just hard on that left side. There's no way around it.
But you saw what he tried to do.
Yeah.
Aaron tried to keep his disc inbounds the entire way. In fact, he was unwilling to go over the out of bounds. That brought the left hand out of bounds into play. He's outside circle 1. In fact, out there near the edge of circle 2. And extremely lucky to stay in bounds. Not often do we see, because of the slope there, that for Gossage.
Orem next up.
Tricky shot here for Gossage too, Brian. He's got to hit this little field goal right off the bat.
How about that Macbeth tee shot now after watching these approaches? He is prime position. Matthew Orem with a dime. Bullseye birdie coming up for Alabama's finest. Macbeth into the green. Just 200 feet on this approach and wide open. Taught to place a drive better, and he takes advantage.
Bullseye hit for Paul Macbeth, a chance to bring it within 1.
Oh my goodness.
This week, Aaron Gossage has made 6 putts from outside circle 1, out in seat 2. That was a 25%. Pretty good for Aaron. He hasn't had a lot of them, but he's made 6 of them. So he has made putts from distance, but Macbeth in literal drop-in range.
Heimberg from 180.
Unfortunately for Calvin, just that slow start has kind of put him back in almost, there's not really in the conversation.
Down 3 spots already, huh?
Yeah, he's sitting back there in a solo 6th place position. I mean, that birdie will definitely help him.
There is Aaron Gossage walking to his lap. We got him bushnelled at 40 feet with our edge rangefinder. Looks longer, though. Yep. This has got to be closer to 55. Had a great line on it, but found the one branch in the way. Might still be out. Heimberg only 13 feet away.
These are the moments
not quite.
for Aaron when really that routine becomes so critical.
Helps you tune everything out.
Yeah, because if you think about what's going on right now, it's not good. It's really not good. You've lost 2 of the 3 you had. It's 5-time world champions on your tail. So the way to forget about that is to just follow the routine. Blank everything out. Just the routine.
Orem under par on the day now. Thanks to back-to-back birdies. Macbeth 1 off the lead. And it only took 5 holes. From Macbeth to the protege, Barella. Tee of 8. Big tee shot here.
Yeah. Green flag for AB.
Okay. Your scores. Macbeth 4 through 5. Orem off to that slow start as well. Was already down, what, 4 spots today. Joel Friedman having a solid one. 5 through 8.
This happens every time we have a tournament on this course. There's always so many players that catch fire early and they make such late charges in this tournament. Calvin Heimberg, I remember one year, I forgot, maybe a couple years ago at the Dynamic Disc Open, shot a 10 under par final round on a day when players were shooting close to even in incredibly windy conditions. I mean, anything can happen out here, and you can't fall behind in scoring regardless of the conditions.
Macbeth on the box of 6. This is Paul's new disc, the Athena.
Hole 6 playing as the easiest hole. A must get for this group.
That's outside the circle.
Yes. Tricky putt for Paul, especially because he's putting back towards that out of bounds. It is at edge of circle, but still something to think about.
Yeah. Orem next.
Number 6, a par 3. Just 339 feet. It's slightly uphill off the tee shot, and the pin is just tucked back here in these trees. Again, the out of bounds, we talked about it, just about 30 feet to the left of the basket. Earlier in the week, Eric McCabe explained this hole, just throw it straight and just let it finish just slightly is the best shot.
Calvin going to the overstable fairway to Draco. Mild flex line. That is out of bounds. Heimberg will be putting for par from there. Gossage.
I love Gossage's play in this hole. Just hit something real hard, something slow. Minimize the ground play. You don't have to pin this basket.
Oh, a bit of a grip lock there for Gossage.
Mentally flexible. You can feel that frustration, but you can't judge yourself in these moments. You have to keep the sense of urgency, and I'm okay with him doing that, but I hope he's not beating himself up.
Nate, did you have any moments like this in your final rounds where it was, you feeling like disconnected and you had to get back in that mode?
I think everybody does. I think we've said it a million times. The World Championship is not just a mountain climb; it's a roller coaster, and there's highs and lows, and you have to be able to deal with the lows and then get back up to those highs. These are critical moments for Gossage. Remember, these are the easier holes on the course. It only gets more difficult from here. So overcoming some of this adversity is potentially a very critical part of the puzzle for Aaron Gossage. He hasn't had to do it. These shots right here are so important.
Just giving yourself the easy up and down.
Yes.
Job done.
Because start to think about it from this perspective. If you hadn't had no challenges, and then all of a sudden on the last 3 holes of the tournament, you have challenges, you would have rather already have gone through
bad time for it. That's a great point. Barella, 3rd on 8.
Ooh, great second shot from AB.
Oh.
This is in prime position.
Giving the chains a tickle on the way in, almost snagging the eagle.
What a play from Barella. A potential birdie on 8.
It's going to be 7 in a row for him.
Yeah, and the challenging 9th coming up.
Macbeth for a share of the lead. my.
Well, it's back where we started. 5 days ago, everybody at even par, and now it's two guys at the top at 41 under. A little bit fortunate there for Macbeth, just snuck in on the left side there, but that was the putt he needed to make because the tree was really challenging him there on the right center part of the basket. Nice putt from Paul.
Oram. A birdie look. A birdie make.
Just an observation. I've been hearing throughout the week a lot of players really have tough times getting their putts to stick on these baskets, but for some reason, throughout the entire week for us, we're seeing so many high weak side catches, so many low weak side catches. I think these baskets are having a pretty good week for themselves.
They kinda are, yeah. Heimberg to save his par. Cage hit there for Heimberg and a bogey. Calvin, after that bogey, will be just 1 under on the day. Gossage for par and to maintain a share of the lead. Pops that one in. That's a hungry beast right there. This man, 5 down through 6 holes. This on 4.
Well, we saw the missed putt on 2. He came back for a nice one on 3. And what he's gone, then what he did on 4, put it inside the bullseye. Gave himself an easy one. One you didn't have to think about. And then on 5, it was just, this was exactly what he needed to do again. These bullseye hits go a long way come the end of the round.
This is what I'm already most impressed about. That's the second early circle 2 hit we've seen from Paul. And I can't remember the last time that we saw that this week.
Tied to the top. A third of the way through the course. 12 to go. Will it be 1 or 6? 6 takes a tee of 7. Hole 7, our VII diameter apparel hole. If you want to dress like the pros, head over there.
Very low ceiling tee shot here. You have to hit it with power. That's leaking.
Good checkup though. It's shorter than ideal, but the line should be okay, Brian.
Yeah, he has options from there. He can go low skipping backhand, but he also has that wide left forehand if he wants it. Challenging the OB the whole way is a little bit risky.
Barella almost threw in the eagle this for birdie. Perfect putt.
I think Jeff Corns is starting to sweat a little bit at this point. That's going to be 7 birdies in a row for Anthony Barella. He's halfway to 14 under par. What a round so far.
Oram back on 7. Will it slide back in bounds? Terry, it does not look like that one got back in. Oh, I'd also love a wind read while you're out there.
No. Yeah, we've been talking about the grass just grabbing all of the discs out here. That came in about a meter short from inbounds, and it's a light right to left over their shoulder, as you saw Macbeth's drift off as well. So right to left.
Okay. Thank you, Terry. That was a nice tee shot from Gossage.
Not as much distance as we saw yesterday, but still a good one from Gossage. This is a tough tee shot, but hole number 7 playing is about the 5th easiest hole today. In the first 7 holes, we have not seen a single hole in the top 8 of Challenge. So think about what we have coming up.
Heimberg.
Especially when you think about Gossage. It's only going to get more difficult from here.
That leaked out of bounds.
It's pretty far up there.
It is, yes. They are on the way down the fairway. A break until they get there. Back in just a few.
I would recommend the Envy to every single person that plays disc golf.
This is such a good throwing putter.
If you don't have an Envy in your bag, I don't know what you're doing.
The Envy is one of the most pure, straight flying putters.
Comes out clean, can handle power, it can handle touch. It's just very versatile.
It holds any line that you're really putting it on. It's so good. So good! It's so good.
Matt Oram. We've got him ranged at 525 to the pin from here. Reachable, but a big ask.
The difference from being out of bounds left is this a much more difficult angle. And Matt, as you said, over 500 feet away, he's going to have to try to twist one just left of the big bushy tree you see right in the center of your screen, and then just try to flex it back up the hill.
Come back, baby.
An incredible effort.
Pin high.
Yeah.
Full steam ahead for Matty O. Chance to save his par.
Huge tee shot ahead for Barella. Tee of 9. And a not great tee shot there from AB.
Yeah, 9 playing is the most difficult.
Is it today?
Yeah, it's a 720-foot par 4 around the corner all the way. A chance for Clemens, who's right behind AB.
Yeah. Oh, that is overturned and does not have a chance. That's out of bounds.
It's a nerve-wracking tee shot. I mean, you have to even clear the gap to stay in bounds. You can't hit early whatsoever.
Back over to 7's fairway. Excuse me, Nate. And Barella, we got word, is safe.
So Paul going left side.
We've got him at 280 to the pin.
Little chop out of the hand.
As the circle's edge on.
Oh, and another straddle putt that we're going to have to see with the, I believe that's an irrigation box.
That makes sense.
Yep, here on this traditional golf course.
Gossage next. Aaron at 265.
This is where I feel like the proximity game comes into play. Paul out there, middle C1. If Gossage can put it inside, that's the leg up. You know, just showing the player you're going head-to-head against, I got this. I'm okay.
That's inside, maybe?
I would say he's just inside circle 1, maybe 30 feet from the basket there.
All right, in contrast, Paul is at 28 feet. And your defending world champion on the TF16, James Conrad, maker of the holy shot. Gossage in circle 2. On the island, safe.
Conrad currently in a tie for 38th place.
Heimberg into the green with his third. And
A little bit of unfortunate break there for Heimberg, as Terry Miller was telling us in our ears that Calvin hit one of the only dry spots on this fairway. That's where that 50, 60-foot skips came from for Calvin.
Here is his second on 9.
Okay, so knowing AB, he is going to go insane here. He is going to go as high as he possibly can and turning it over the entire way. This shot for him is all the way to the right. That's in bounds for AB all the way up to the top.
That's fantastic.
It's really good.
I mean, he's going to save par.
Yeah, it's not a birdie, but it is that par save range.
Yeah. Back to Gossage. Just a pace out in circle 2.
Proximity, just telling you, so critical.
For the first time all week, that putting stroke is looking a tiny bit rushed.
A little tight.
It's a little bit more movement than we saw yesterday. But again, in these moments, his heart rate's probably up. His breath is probably a little bit tougher to focus on.
Oram for the par save. What a par save from Matthew.
Incredible par. That's the energy Matty O wants right there. That was
from 5 1/4.
Over 500 feet away.
Come on, man.
Insane. Hey, Macbeth, he's going to have to go to the straddle. Left foot forward here. We've seen him make several left foot forward straddles.
For the lead.
This is for the solo lead. He's got to push off that back right foot. Extend into those chains. Don't want to be short here.
Kind of lost his balance on that one, it looked like.
Just not a full extension. Gossage, not in by any means. It's a scary putt right here.
He skied this one over on the way in. Now coming back for par. Fantastic make from Gossage.
What do you think about that pacing there, Brian? That looked a little better from Aaron.
Yeah, it's almost like a second serve in tennis. You know, you just kind of slow down. You realize you just have to put it in. You don't need to go super hard on it. That looked much better.
There's a Heimberg par salvage. Macbeth the same. And pars around for the final group on hole 7. They're on their way to 8. A break until they get there. Back in just a few.
This is latitude 64. The smallest of grains handled with the greatest passion. Always trying to improve, always trying to be better. Out of curiosity, excitement, thrill. For the player and the sport. Because we want to make disc golf awesome for you.
The earth expanding, right hand and left, the picture alive, every part in its best light. I think heroic deeds were all conceived in the open air. I think I could stop here myself and do miracles. I inhale great draughts of space. I am larger, better than I thought. I did not know I held so much goodness.
Jeremy Colling from the drop zone on 16. A long chance to save par.
This is a scary go for.
Buckets. What a save for the big man.
Big Germ. What a shot.
That's an exclusive club to join. Making the drop zone.
Yeah, no question. While we see Germ run around, guys, I just got to mention I'm looking out from our perch up here at the booth. There's an over 200-person line to get a signature from Simon Lizotte.
Oh,
Simon is beloved by the fans. It's just, you know, wasn't a good week for him.
I can't even see the end of the line, Nate.
Back to Paul.
Lot of spike on this. Out of bounds as a result.
Terry, was that wind affected at all or just a misfire from Paul?
It's tough to tell, but I was just going to update you guys and tell you this is the stiffest wind we've faced all week, and it's directly in their face. So tough hole plus the headwind. We'll see what mistakes are made.
Maybe Paul was thinking he'd get a little headwind flip on that, Nate.
Yeah, now that I'm hearing that from Terry, I think Paul was just trying to play it really safe. And the trick on 8 is you have to commit out over these fans on the right side. And he's done that really nice.
Checkup.
Yeah, I was going to say, Paul's drive immediately looked too far left out of his hand.
Door open for this man, Aaron Gossage.
I also love that he's still throwing that same slow disc.
It's the zone.
Yeah, he's still throwing a zone off the tee. He knows he just have to put it in play.
Lovely off the tee for Gossage. Just what he needed to answer. Heimberg next. Absolute smash from Heimberg. And perfectly placed. Wow. Hopping over to our finishing hole, hole 18, with your defending, Conrad.
We're getting this footage via our featured hole broadcast here on the Disc Golf Network, both 16 and 18, covered throughout the entire day.
Hosted by our friend Grant Zellner. He's been a great defending champion. I mean, disc golf would not be where it is right now if he hadn't thrown it in just a year ago.
Yeah, no question about it. We're going to see it again. What a moment it was. Holy shot.
Greatest moment in sports history. If you're a disc golf fan.
And
incredible.
Say what you want to say about James Conrad and his season here in 2022, and whatever, and how he's played here in the World Championship, it doesn't matter. In my opinion, James Conrad has handled this moment better than most, and it was a big moment for him. And you know, it was a great year as a world champion. We're going to see a new one this year. Well, new at least, might be a repeat, but you never know.
I mean, there's so many players who are gunning for this title. I think it's just a beautiful story that's about to be written, and it's almost like somebody scripted it for us this week. All the different names, the new, the old. I can't wait to see what shakes up. But yes, congratulations to James. It's been a great year. Let's pass the torch.
Back to 8. Gossage throwing 2. Fantastic second shot from Gossage.
Back to classic Gossage. Giving the disc air, allowing that one angle to fully fly out.
Tristan Tanner, he's ahead on 9. His second. What a drive.
That's his drive?
That's what production's telling us.
Wow.
Yeah. Not the best approach, but solid. Yeah, agreed. Sexton for birdie on 10. Nate doing things as is world's tradition. No bouncing back after that. A little bit of struggles there on 8, but 8 will get you. It has gotten Paul so far, throwing 3.
Scary here for Paul if he gets too aggressive.
This looks good.
Sit down. It does nicely for Macbeth. Chance to get up and in for par.
Back to 9 for Barella, his third. That's one way to get it parked.
Like we thought he was going to lay it up. I mean.
Oh, he was running.
Most people would have laid that up. AB's, no. I'm going for it.
Trying to catch them all today. Looking down on 8's fairway, we've got Heimberg throwing to. Well, we're seeing the Heimberg play. I've been alluding to it, Brian. He's going slow here.
I think it's the smartest move. I mean, you're going uphill to start, so you have to throw something that doesn't want to move and cut out of the flight too early.
It's leaking. Oh, it leaked. Oh! Oh. Just underturned. Back to 9 for that birdie look for Tanner. That's solo 4th for Tristan Tanner. Oram, 2 on 8. Fairway safely. Now on 10, Borella. Was there a kiss involved there, Brian?
Yeah, that was a little bit of a reaction, but a very fortunate reaction for AB. I mean, he still has a long putt, but he's got an option.
It looked clean. They are walking down 8's fairway. Heimberg headed to the OB area. Looks like they're still figuring out who is out. It will be Gus. Oh, excuse me, Macbeth once they figure that out. Paul looking at 215 to the green. Would need that for the up and down par.
Advantage Gossage. I really think this proximity stat that I'm talking about is really crucial right here. Putting it inside Paul is a big statement. Not to Paul. I mean, he's not paying attention, but to yourself. Like, wow, that was a good one he just threw. I just bested it. The little momentum shifts are very critical.
Just needs to get up and down from 205 for the solo lead.
We haven't seen him throw a lot of these little touch backhands.
It's not the best, Brian. That's circle 2?
I think he's going to be maybe on the edge of circle 1, early circle 2, yeah. Just faded out too early. He tried to go zone. Just something with no glide, trying to just slide it up to the basket, and was just early left.
Heimberg into the green. That's his 4th. That should salvage par. Borella on 10 with a long birdie look. Oh, everything but in for AB. Back to 8, Oram into the green to set up the birdie. That was Matt's 3rd. I'll have that putt for 4 and a birdie.
Terry, can you tell us how long that putt is for Gossage? Edge of circle, outside, where's he at here?
Yeah, guys, he is like at 32 feet, just barely into the whisker.
I mean, and that's like one of the most uncomfortable spots to be. you're pretty far away from the basket. You have to still display balance. And a lot of players on the tour now love that early circle 2 hot putt.
This for the solo lead. Putting right at that huge gallery as well. Leaving it low. Paul for his share of the lead and saving par. That's opportunities missed for Gossage and Macbeth on back-to-back holes from Circle's edge.
We're playing the momentum game. We're playing the momentum game here, and when you dodge a bullet, you feel a little good. You saw how Gossage threw those shots, but now Paul's dodged a bullet, and that gets him feeling good. Like, boy, I'm still tied. I do OB and I'm still tied? Right. No way. And so that's the momentum game we're playing here. Calvin able to get his birdie.
Par
after the out of bounds. But that's the game you're playing. It's the smallest of margins.
Oram a stroke on the final group with a birdie. Oram into a 5th place tie with Clemens. We've been seeing this nervy low miss I was worried about for Gossage. This on 1. Ugh, that's one he's going to want back. Brian.
I mean, there's not a form fix in sight for this. There's nothing physical you can say. This is something that a year from now, regardless of what happens today, he's going to look back and say this was a defining moment in my life, not just my disc golf career. The lessons you learn and how honest you have to be with yourself.
Actually,
it's only good for your personal development.
I had a really interesting conversation with Joel Freeman after USDGC last year. He had some nervy putts down the stretch. He actually changed his putting form to compensate for that, where if he lets it go early, it's still going to fly. Yeah. You can't do that mid-tournament, though.
I mean, it happens. And you know what? Paul Macbeth, this tournament is still making physical changes. He's holding the putter at different heights. He's dropped the off-arm off of his drives. Like, it's okay. And I think Aaron knows that. This is only the beginning for him.
Aaron, 2 down through 8. At this point yesterday, he was 6 down on the round.
Now we're entering the most challenging hole of the final round, hole number 9. Just 15% birdies.
These tee shots, so important. Oram first. Oh, that's a beaut. A little tight.
Beats the corner, but still on the inside line. The true perfect shot, although we saw it from Tristan Tanner, is way up there, of course. But from what Macbeth's throwing here, keeping it inbounds just inside that left cart path, which is the out of bounds line, is perfect for Paul because it gives him a lot of angle to try to attack the pin on his second shot.
Paul going onyx.
Oh, yeah. He loves it.
Yeah, that was perfect. Look at the angle as our camera swings around. He's going to be able to see where he needs to throw on his second shot. Pressure back on Gossage.
This tee shot was unbelievably good yesterday.
He smoked it up there pretty far.
Needs that again right now.
It is good, farther back than before. I don't know if he has the forehand angle like he had yesterday.
It might be kind of a crash into the green from the left.
We might see him have to throw a turnover.
Oh. Heimberg. Eagle for Calvin.
Oh, wow.
That is fantastic. fantastic. Heinberg, what a drive.
Yeah, for that backhanded shot to be that close to the path without being OB, just perfect.
Tanner on 11. Looks like a headwind. Drives up in circle 1. Ahead on 12, Ben Calloway. Ran into Ben last night at the Fly Mart.
430 OB carry the entire way to the basket.
It's a wonderful preview for when we get to hole 12. Who is going to potentially go for the basket? Nice shot there from Callaway.
Barella.
AB
on 11.
AB and Tristan in a nice little battle here on the chase card for 3rd place. Whoa.
Getting some crazy flip that he did not plan for, and that's out of bounds.
That may have been the wrong disc.
I mean, I think this is just a more extreme version of what the wind was doing yesterday. We saw drives go OB long because of it getting shoved. But yeah, you might be right, too. That flipped a little bit too much compared to what he normally throws.
With his power, it's just a hyzer.
Yeah, with like a Firebird even, you know?
Anyways.
Anyway, look at this perspective on 9 we're getting from the drone cam.
Yeah, see the dark or the really light dirt in the left part of your screen right now? That's the entrance to the basket. The basket is just about 15 feet into those woods. But once you're in those woods, it slopes off to the right. It slopes off behind the pin. And the sidearm is tricky because as you come into that corner, there's a cedar bush tree on that corner that if you get caught up in, sometimes can lead to 3 putts really quickly.
Mm-hmm. Terry, what's happening down there on the fairway?
Yeah, it looks like Matty O had leaked into the right side of the fairway. He's no more than 5 or 10 feet in, but it's yet to be located. And I want to also talk just quickly about the 10 to 15 feet difference between Macbeth and Gossage. Gossage is closer to the basket, but Macbeth, just with 15 feet of difference, is going to have a little bit better angle on the second shot. We'll see how crucial that is, though.
Oh, thank you, Terry. Orem figuring out his play. Klein for birdie. Hole 12. This is a fantastic drive from Klein. Kyle Klein not having a great day, down 17 spots into a tie for 29th currently.
Wow, so much trouble for
Yeah,
Klein.
8 and 9, 8 his lunch. Doubles on both.
If you're Matt here, you can't get too aggressive. If you put too much of a roller angle on it, there is OB left on this fairway you can find pretty quickly.
I mean, yeah, pretty much the entire elbow of this bend is out of bounds.
That's not in bounds by much.
Crowd liked it. Quick update on the Simon Lizotte signature line back here, fellas. I finally have seen the back of it. It's been going for 20 minutes.
Another popular guy, Chris Clemens. Probably the hometown crowd favorite out of Kansas City. Just a couple hours away. Nice birdie on 11. Well, likely grab 2 strokes on Barella. And yes, he did. Barella went on to bogey there.
Not only is there an angle advantage for Paul here, but also a shot advantage. This backhand fading turnover with a little flex at the end is ideal.
Terry, talk to us about Macbeth approach there. We did not see it enter the green.
Yeah, it definitely pulled in short and to the right. He's got a clean look or not, but that is short and right of the green.
Do you have a guess on the distance for Paul there, Terry?
Somewhere in the middle of circle 2, I'm guessing.
Okay. Door slightly ajar then for Gossage. Will he take advantage?
Paul just completely overplayed that shot. He needs to leave it a little wider and just let that disc drift.
Yeah. All right, Terry, who's closer, Gossage or Macbeth?
I think Gossage might be, but not by much. You heard kind of a murmur from the crowd, and it wasn't a very impressive shot either, so he doesn't answer.
Agreed, and I just got range updates from our Bushnell crew. Macbeth 44, Gossage at 40. For solo third, Tanner, a birdie on 11.
Well, the critical piece of that solo third is the two-stroke swing with that man, Anthony Barella, who after the out of bounds went on to bogey. Those two switch spots.
Heimberg on 9. What a drive. Oh, that is not taking advantage of a great drive, though, Brian.
I'm a little perplexed. These are some wide open shots. I guess there might be some wind out there doing something, or it could just be 3 misfires.
It's probably a combination of both. It is a very challenging shot. You are playing uphill with a side hill, run up, and a lot of times that ends up with a pull.
Oram into the green with his third as we look down from the drone cam. Well done by Matt. That should save the par. Ahead on 12, Tanner attacking the green.
Hole 12, the second most challenging hole in the course today. 430-foot carry at 450, Tristan.
Count it.
Parked.
What a shot. Back to 9. We should have Heimberg out. Looks like it might be Paul first. They're right around the same range, mid-40s.
Interested to see if he even has a look from there.
Here's what I'm most concerned about for Paul. Paul tries to manufacture looks from everywhere, and he's one of the best at it. This green is brutal. Long, sloping away. Right, sloping away.
And this likely to be an Anheuser putt.
Yeah, I mean, well, now we're seeing how deep he is here. Yeah, I don't know. I get worried about the green itself. If you try to get too aggressive, it can be that 30-foot comeback putt.
I mean, there's no way he runs it from here, right?
Brian, he's proved me wrong so many times. But I agree. A layup is what's needed.
He was absolutely trying to make.
Calvin long left. He's still about 28 feet from the basket. Let's see where Aaron Gossage ended up. Does he have a better look than Paul? Definitely does.
Agreed.
This could be a dagger.
With a solo lead. Oh, finding the bin on a great effort. At least it's a drop-in par. Looks like it will be pars around here for the final group on 9. Calvin coming back for his. Calvin sitting at 35, currently 6 off the pace set by Macbeth and Gossage. Oram, this par make keeps him 4 back with 9 to play. McBeth 4. Here's the Gossage 4. They are on their way to 10. Let's swing ahead to 12. We've got Barella on the box. Whoa.
This is a huge turnover.
And that is out of bounds. He doesn't even need to do that, though, Brian. He can just throw it up the gut.
I mean, at least he's out of bounds up there. It's better than going out of bounds the entire way.
That's true, Brian. To say par, no. That is back-to-back bogeys after that 8-for-9 start for Barella. Bit of a slowdown. And at the same time, Tanner birdies both.
Guys, the number right here is critical, 40 under par. The leaders, 41 under par. They're back playing chicken a little bit right now. 3 pars in a row. Tristan Tanner with an incredible birdie on 12. The course gets a little easier here. 13, 14, 15, all very much birdies. The guys up on the lead card can't forget about Tristan. Tristan is in the conversation right now, no question about it.
You kind of think separator birdies on this course where you're getting them and the rest of the field isn't. He got 8, 9, and 12.
Bingo.
Orem. On hole 10 is our Eric hole. Early recognition is critical in the fight against cancer. They are our official cancer prevention charity of the Disc Golf Pro Tour all year long. Huge thanks to them.
All that being said, of course, Tristan several holes ahead of this group. He would need to set a score. Paul McBeth here. He has 2 discs in his hand, Brian. What are we looking at?
Well, he threw backhand yesterday. He tried to throw that flip-up line, and he saw Aaron go pure hyzer.
With the zone.
Tighter window, though. It's much bigger if you throw the flex shot. I'm interested to see what he goes with here.
That looks pretty slow, Brian.
That looks great if it misses that tree. Yeah.
Count it.
Brian, that was that chop forehand you talked about. He went to a more overstable disc, chopped it out there, missed that critical tree, and really close to the basket. Yesterday, Gossage just threw a dime on this hole. He needs a repeat.
He made it look too easy yesterday. That window he hit is so hard if you're not throwing the chop forehand. So let's see if he can execute again.
Finding ground just a little early. The line was beautiful otherwise.
These are makeable putts. We've seen it, you know, in previous rounds earlier with the FPOs. This basket's kind of in a little catchment, and these putts do go in, but still proximity advantage to McBeth here.
Heimberg. While watching this Calvin drive, we just got our Bushnell range on Gossage. He's at 50 feet, gents. McBeth, he is not at 50 feet as we roll back this Zuka replay.
Yeah, when you throw this angle that he did, the fairway completely opens up. If you're trying to go pure hyzer, you can only use the 3 feet of that fairway off to the left side for it to be perfect. If you stretch out that forehand, much easier line. He executed that with perfection. He really has been throwing the forehand fantastic this week. And for the entire season, he's mentioned how he just doesn't trust the zone. He doesn't trust a lot of chop shots. Everything's been coming out early, right.
Ahead on 13, Tanner, 1 off the lead.
It's a scary tee shot.
It was a little too high.
Yeah, he did get into the edge of circle 2 for Tristan.
Okay. Back to 10 for Heimberg. Calvin, 145 left on the hole. And should be able to scrape up a 3 from there. 13, Tanner, long birdie look, a drop in par instead.
Not the worst par in the world. It is a tricky par 3, but par 5 coming up, a must birdie. Back to Gossage from distance, 50 feet.
That looks so good, but just dodges the basket at the end. Gossage will find himself in second place. The hole concludes.
If he is able to go on and make that par putt, that's now 6 pars in a row. At least Macbeth most likely going to break this little par streak that he's on of 3. If you're Gossage, you cannot give up now. This is when you got to dig your heels in. Alvin for his par. Talk a lot about the roads unknown, and those are the scary ones, the ones you haven't been down before.
Yeah.
The tests you haven't passed. This is the one for Gossage. Right now, dig your heels in. Don't give up.
He's got to blaze his own trail. Coming back for par. Good make.
See the disc of Macbeth. Still, we have not gotten to it yet.
Macbeth for the 1-stroke lead. There are 8 holes left to play in this World Championship. A break, and we'll be back in just a few.
My name's Garrett Gerthy. People may know me as Double G, and I've been making Double G craft jerky since I was 16 years old.
When I have Double G's craft jerky and I pull it out of my bag during a round, the first thing anyone asks is that Double G's craft jerky? And I always bring the big bag because I know I'm gonna have to share it.
I'm a big fan of beef jerky, and I have to say that Double G beef jerky is absolutely my favorite I've ever found.
I'm always looking forward to digging my hand in my next bag of Double G craft jerky.
You can find Double G craft jerky at doublegjerky.com.
It was important for me to partner with a retailer that could help with growing my brand and making my products available all over the country and across the world. Flight Factory has helped me accomplish that. Check out all of my gear and thousands of other discs at Flight Factory.
Your rating is one of the most valuable things you get with a membership. It takes your performance in sanctioned events, compares it to the rest of the field, and gives you an empirical number to show how well you played. Rain, shine, wind is all taken into account, leaving only one thing, your play. This gives you accurate numbers to track how well you've been doing and your overall improvement in the game. Get your number today. Visit pdga.com/join.
You don't become the best without taking risks. In 2012, we decided to make our own first 4 molds. Now, almost 10 years later, we want to share with you a piece of this history with our 10-year anniversary box.
Orem, box of 11.
Hole 11 measured at exactly 404 feet. Playing as the 12th most difficult. This is a little bit of an easier hole on the back nine. 44% have taken birdie here. The trick is you want to avoid the left out of bounds. You can see the tree straight out there in the long end of the lens on the right side of your camera, of your screens at home. The players use that as a landmark. If they can skip just in front of it, that's the park job.
Macbeth up by 1 on the tee of 11.
Another dime. I will mention, he has said this multiple times throughout the season, but he said it last at Des Moines. He doesn't think he's ever felt that quote-unquote McBeast mode that people are talking about. Ricky calls it the blackout mode, flow state, call it whatever you want. Paul says he doesn't think he's felt that once this season. And he's still here in contention.
Gossage likely needs a birdie to stay one back. Grabs a Raptor. Over stable fairway.
This is in his wheelhouse, a hard shot. It's good distance for him.
Beautifully done.
Beautifully done, and a little fist pump from the caddy. Not so much from Aaron, but he's happy with that one. And again, the proximity game, he's now close. He's close to the basket. These are makeable putts. Nice shot from Aaron.
And we've got Aaron and Paul at just 11 and 12 feet, respectively. Heimberg. Easy tap-ins coming for your top two. Vin ripping on the Draco, and it's thrown beautifully.
I love these plays going low, keeping it in bounds, not too high, not letting the wind get unpredictable for him.
Oh, Gossage reaction. I'm told there's a fist pump coming. Oh, a bump. There we go, some knucks from Orem. Orem always good for some knucks. They are on their way down the fairway ahead. We have Tristan Tanner on the tee of 14.
Tristan doesn't need to eagle here on this par 5, but he does need to play it. It's one of the easiest holes on the course. And it's a great chance to make birdie if he can put himself in position off the tee.
Tee shot looked a little high of optimal, but still serviceable.
Definitely. Got out there very nicely.
On the same, ahead on the green, Robinson.
It's a great view of the slope. How much it slopes from the high point here. This is short of the basket and then all the way down behind that green.
Nice bounce back birdie there for Robinson. Your Idlewild Open champion.
Beautiful view. There's the tree we talked about. Just short of that tree is what our lead players just did. Very nicely. That cart path out of bounds.
The only real putt left on the hole. This one just inside the circle. Looking at 2. Roll Tide there for Orem on college football Saturday. If you hear Matt reference Saban, he's not saying Satan. I've heard some people say that's what he's saying over there. He's talking about Alabama's head football coach, Nick Saban. He's a huge Bama fan. Heimberg for birdie. Slides it in nicely. Paul next to putt. This to maintain the one-stroke lead. And Gossage to stay one behind. Fired in confidently. They will head to the tricky 12. Gossage one off that man. 5-time world champion Paul Macbeth. Ahead on 14, Tanner throwing 2.
Just a position play here for Tanner. That should be fantastic position.
He stays
Way
in
up there.
Yes, he does stay in. That's an easy up and down, isn't it, Nate?
Yes, very easy birdie.
Barella, his second on the same. Oh, my. He is putting for eagle. What a way to bounce back from those bogeys on 11 and 12. If that goes in, erase those.
So I think this 12, a little bit of a redesign from the Dynamic Disc Open that they played earlier this year. Two options. You can go for it. It's a 430-foot carry playing uphill. It plays about 460 on the carry. Ooh. If you play it on the left side, it's really tough. Brian, show us what we have here on this left side.
So the drone is actually flying what Gossage has done every round. He has not gone for the birdie whatsoever. He plays a nice chip forehand over this middle tree here and then gets up and down with the jump putt. He does not want anything to do with birdie. He wants someone else to go for the green, maybe right side, and screw up. Paul tried going long turnover the other day on that left side, staying in bounds the entire way, went out of bounds right. So we'll see if Paul changes his game plan. I'd be hard-pressed to believe that Gossage is about to do the exact same thing he's done, hoping that someone else makes a mistake.
Orem. Oh, Ezra Adel hold aced hole 12?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. That is... Ooh.
Yeah, if there's someone I would pick to maybe ace this hole, the guy throwing 1,000,000 miles an hour straight at the basket.
Best biceps in disc golf.
I mean, I'll take him if they give me an ace on this hole.
Orem with the tee. 4 off the lead. Slow start. Playing well. Terry, talk to us about that Orem tee shot. It did not look good.
Yeah, that looked low and right to me, but as I scanned over to the spotter, she was given a green flag. I don't know if she can see it any better than me, but if he's in, it's not by much.
Wow.
Terry, quick follow-up. What's the wind direction here for these players?
It's almost exactly at their back, which does set up for the next 3 holes to be at their back as they all kind of play in line with one another.
Macbeth goes to the forehand force on 12. It's absolutely a play for par.
Yeah, that's another
so
forehand.
Smart.
Another forehand that looked great out of his hand.
Yeah, and I think really smart, Paul, going to that forehand, utilizing that tailwind, getting it way up there. Should be a relatively easy up and down, avoiding all disaster here on 12. This is Tristan.
That was a pretty bad layup. Back to 12, Gossage.
Any chance Gossage can get over to the right enough? No, just out there with Macbeth. So both players willing to take the safer shot, avoid any out of bounds.
I think Eric McCabe should be very proud of himself right now. We watched the inside line, Matteo trying to take. We saw 2 safe plays off to the left, and now we see, you know, Calvin going for the shot that he wanted to tempt players into throwing.
Heinberg 7 back, needs all of them. Can we get this one? Looks like it, Brian.
I'm so confused.
I love it. I love the design of this par 3. I love the change. He made a hole that was very forgettable into a real pivotal point in the round.
Ahead on 14's green, Barella for eagle.
Not that much far behind the birdie putt of Tanner. You can see it over here to the left. AB for eagle.
Heavy chains, but it drops out. Brutal. 15, Sexton for birdie.
Sexton for back-to-back birdies, battling that comes off back-to-back bogeys.
Sexton a tie for 10th currently. Tanner for birdie. Solid. Way to cover up that approach.
Every time we think Tristan's in the bad spot, he just comes back with a good one. Nice putt for Tristan. Stays in it at this point.
Chris Clemens putting for birdie.
Still going, 40 under par.
Just 3 off the lead, but running out of holes. Callaway on 15. Birdie make for Ben. 3 of the last 4.
Yeah, he's come up the board nicely. He's also in a tie for 10th place, along with Sexton and Babcock.
Back to 12 for Oram.
Orum's disc was in bounds.
Takes the hyzer line into the green.
That's cool. That's pretty cool that Matteo was able to do that, execute it really quickly and very confident.
One of the best scramblers in the game.
Yeah, well, he just has so much experience. You know, he's seen every possible scramble. Back into the headwind here.
Okay. Tanner on the box of 15.
Sorry to cut you off there,
No,
Ian,
you're
but
good.
back into the headwind. Critical 15 and 17 into the headwind.
I like the line. Trying up a little short, though. Wasn't it?
It was definitely short. I think really still a safe shot from Tristan.
Yeah, they've got him in circle 2. Macbeth into the green on 12. That will save his par. Gossage from just about that same range. Also looks for the up and down 3.
Just needs a replica of what Paul just did. That'll be just fine. Yeah, I really like hole 12, and I like the way Calvin Heimberg took advantage of his game.
Yeah.
Because you think about Calvin, if he just puts it on the right line, there's no way he's short. And so I think what he did was perfect. You know, if you don't have as much distance as Calvin, maybe you would be concerned about that line on the short side.
Here's Calvin for solo 7th. And a stroke on this final group. He did that so many times yesterday as well, Nate. You know, getting these exceptional birdies and separating, but then kind of handing them back.
And then just throwing it away. Yeah, and today he's just, Calvin, unfortunately, has just completely disappeared from the conversation.
Macbeth from the drone cam saves par. Gossage to do the same. Here is Oram for his version of par. Ahead on 15. Tristan Tanner, you saw the drive. Here's the long look at birdie.
No time for being short now. Got to just jam it in there.
That make, and he's in a tie for 2nd place. How does he finish? You'll find out on the other side of this break. Back in just a few.
Never seen another group of people talk about their thing the way that disc golfers talk about our thing. And it feels like you're a part of it. It feels like no matter how big the sport gets, you being a part of it, you feel like you have an investment in it and it's yours.
Yeah, sure.
Nate Sexton on the box of 16. Just a foot from an ace on this hole earlier this week.
Hole 16 playing with a tailwind today. You can see just off Sexton's right shoulder. Sexton's Firebird.
Wonderful.
And just enough for Nate Sexton. He'll have a great look at birdie.
Help solidify that top 10 position, currently tied for that 10th place.
Hole 13, 397 feet. OB right, very close at the basket.
This was a Draco for Calvin yesterday. The same again today.
So the only adjustment that we need to see from other players is you have to commit up that right side just a little bit more. Because the cart path, which is the out of bounds line. Ideally, in the air, you're right over that cart path. That's what's going to get you back to that pin. Calvin was just a little bit inside. If you play this hole too safe, too far on the inside, OB left does come into play.
Looks like Orm getting the crowd to move a little bit. He's going to flex this.
I mean, that's the shot you want to throw if you want to get a bullseye on this hole. Otherwise, you are pretending the basket is 20, 25 feet left where it actually is.
There's UDisc Dan doing some crowd moving for us. Thanks, Dan. Thanks to UDisc as well. We would be lost out here without our friends at UDisc. If you don't have that app on your phone, I don't know what you're doing.
Julio, go!
If it catches an edge. Little bit short there.
Yeah, absolutely the proper line there for Matty. Just needed a little bit more elevation out of his hand.
I've seen Paul kind of go back and forth on this hole. I've seen him go hyzer flip. I've seen him go flex.
This bush right off the tee to the right makes those shots just a little more tricky.
A little bit straighter.
Swinging out to around circle's edge, but looks like inside. No. Possibly just outside. Gossage up next. Down one, grabbing a Raptor.
I like Gossage here, just throwing the hot stamp off this disc, committing to it, and trusting the flight.
He's really got to lean into this one.
Trusting that thing. Will it find edge in time?
Oh, yeah, he got it.
He got it. That's right, Brian. Wow.
That's my favorite shot that he's thrown the entire tournament. Not that one in particular, but the tee shot on this hole, because he has to stray away from his game plan.
He's got it.
Actually has to lean into the disc and trust it to snap out of the flight.
Let's roll this back.
Oh, I love it.
Perfect word there, Brian. Absolute commitment, and we love every second of it. He committed to trusting his disc and trusting his abilities. That disc right there, not everybody could throw on that line and get it all the way back 400 feet. And now the pressure flips back over to the side of Macbeth, who has a just outside circle one putt for birdie. Back towards the out of bounds. Here we're on the green at 16.
Callaway on 16, yes. When I think about hole 13, I can't help but think about your wife. It was so pivotal in her fourth championship.
Yeah, back in 2016, it did become really that pivotal moment. People do, they make mistakes, and Val was able to jump on that. It was going up against Paige and Kat.
It's a tight tee shot.
It's very tight. Now, back in those days, we did play it just slightly different.
Was it?
We were a little bit actually closer to the sidewalk, but nevertheless, Val will never forget that hole.
Neither will we. Heimberg, a near 50-footer for two. should be out first.
About the same, you go ahead.
Orem a touch closer at 36 on this look for 2.
Let's see if that hot putt's on fire now.
So give him a 4th place tie with Clemens. There he is. There's some energy, finally.
If I'm picking a guy to make an early circle 2 putt, he is definitely on that list, for sure, especially when he's got the momentum, playing with the crowd.
Macbeth to maintain the solo lead. He is in circle 2. Ice in those veins. 5-time world champion. Making a world champion putt there.
This finishing stretch is a complete grab bag. Anything can happen on this hole. I've seen players miraculously take eagles and incredible part jobs. I've seen players take completely uncharacteristic double, triple bogeys.
And Gossage stays 1 back with that birdie drop in. Roll back that Zuka replay. Macbeth from circle 2.
The one thing for Macbeth about this fall in, it absolutely slammed in. Very confident putt from Macbeth.
It is down to the wire at the Country Club. Macbeth, 1-stroke lead over Gossage. Tanner just 2 back. Speaking of Tristan Tanner, here he is. Crucial shot on 16's tee.
Yeah, if he has any chance to win, this has to be on the green. And he is going to go to the Spike Heiser look here.
Come on.
Part. Tristan Tanner. He is 9 down already.
Yeah, if that birdie putt goes in, I mean, we're looking at Tristan at 43, which is where Gossage is right now. I mean, Tristan, he has to birdie out.
Right.
And just set that score and hope that these guys have trouble on 16.
Barella on the same. Oh, wow. 14's tee with Orem.
As we've gone through the course today, 14 has now become the easiest hole on the course.
I buy it.
43%, or excuse me, 73% of the field has taken birdie here. A must birdie for really all 4 men on the card.
Fair. Macbeth up first.
Slip from Paul.
It's just fine.
Yeah, totally fine. And I know that Paul's playing this hole just for birdie. Gossage has to avoid trying to make eagle here. It's not, the risk is not worth the reward, especially with the holes we have coming. He needs to stay inside himself, continue to play his game plan here, which has been playing it for just birdie so far throughout the tournament.
Oh, yeah.
Onto the fairway safely, in position.
Yeah, I mean, this hole is very similar to hole 1. The only difference is a staggered gap off the tee. I mean, you're throwing your second shot, tons of green space either side, and then a little bit of a sloped green in the back. And it's 300 feet shorter.
Calvin.
Calvin, on the other hand, I think is in position to try to get aggressive here off the tee, and if he's way down there, go for that eagle look.
He's out there, but not the distance he wanted. Ahead on 16's tee, Chris Clemens. There's the forehand, Brian.
And I'd never take the forehand on this hole, Ian.
No, you don't.
Yet another difference in shot selection. The man is mysterious. What a shot.
Just think Sexton's a natural right-handed player, goes sidearm. You know, it's so crazy. You would have think a lefty hyzer would have worked just fine there.
Tristan Tanner, big putt for birdie. He was not quite as close as I thought. Oh, it triples out. Thankfully, it stays in bounds, but oh man, that's a stroke he might be thinking about here in about 45 minutes, Brian.
That's a killer stroke right there.
Yep.
That,
If Tristan's thinking about one, it's that. If Goose is thinking about one, it's that putt on one.
Mm-hmm. And you just can't. You just can't. You're striving for one thing.
As they make their way down 14's gallery line fairway.
Yeah, just look at all the people out there. Everybody wanting the best possible view. Big shout out to the on-ground staff here that laid out this course. Preset all of the spectator ropes out there. Give the players plenty of space to do their job, but as a fan, you still want the best view you can get. Front row is ideal.
Paul's second.
Just a position play for here. Paul not even going to push anything near this out-of-bounds line. You can just see the white flags running across our screen.
I mean, it's what, a 975-foot par 5 going downhill.
Yeah,
you
there's
just eat this one bite at a time.
Yep, there's one big prominent tree down there, and that's the kind of the tree that they're going for. If they can get to it, it's pretty much a guaranteed up and in with these conditions. So that's what they're aiming for.
Orem next. Matching the grade nicely.
I will say, though, as easy as this par 5 can be with no wind, in regards to hole archetypes, I like a late par 5 that can be eagled with a couple fantastic shots. So I do like the placement of this hole on this particular course. You know, if we were in a spot right now where Gossage was down 2, could be a completely different situation with his decision.
Yeah, but and I totally agree with you, but the one caveat to that is that eagle brings in other scores.
Of course.
And you know that your closest competitor is going to birdie because 73% of the field have. And so that, to me, is the biggest challenge and the reason why I think Gossage needs to wait. Because, again, 16 is looming. 17 is a hole we've seen major mistakes on, and 18 as well.
Gossage throwing 2. All he needed from there.
And while the fans at home might be thinking this is a little boring, this is what it takes. This is the cat and mouse. You have to make the proper shot.
Yeah, there's a few holes out here where just pure fieldwork style shots, stock executed hyzers are going to get you down the fairway. And what's interesting is I would say almost every competitor in this field can throw those shots. but can you do it when it matters? It's a completely different bit of pressure when your body isn't completely connected to your brain due to fear or some sort of pressure or adrenaline.
Beautiful view from above here. Just a moment, you'll see the basket pop out. There it is. OB all the way down at the bottom of that hill to the right of the basket here. This fence line is out of bounds as well, and the golf green.
Terry, anything to note on these approaches here to the green on 14, or all look pretty stock?
Yeah, these are all relatively simple, and you know, we always talk about the slope here, but we've seen through the last few rounds that nothing moves on this slope. So wherever it hits, it's probably going to land pretty quickly unless it gets up and catches edge to roll. You're not going to get much skip though.
Yeah, that's really a great point. It's some really sticky grass here.
It is, and the mistake is leaving it short.
It's also so hard to trust that too.
Paul's third. Good, not great.
I mean, that's the edge of circle one yet again. I mean, he has 3 38-footers this round. He's putting solid from edge of circle one, early circle two.
Swinging over to Goose.
But that is the mistake, leaving it short, because it's a downhill sloping putt. And a lot of times the nerves get you there. Even for the great one, here's Goose.
Ooh, that's better.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, much better. Now pin high, pretty much a makeable putt there. Doesn't have to worry about that slope. And the angle Paul's at, he will have to at least look at it. He might not be thinking about it.
Gaddy likes that shot.
I love the confidence to match the downslope with the hyzer angle. If you do that correctly and all sides of the disc hit the ground, it's actually not that bad of a slide.
Oram to the green. Just outside bullseye for Matt. That should get him to 41 and a tie with Clemens in fourth. Live look down, Calvin Heimberg, his third. Fantastic approach from Calvin. It's been a slow day, though, for Heimberg. That birdie will get him to 4 down on the day. He's down 4 spots in 7th right now.
I love these little floaty micro flexes he throws with the Rhino.
Rhino, yeah.
Not a very glidey putter, but he turns it a little bit out of the hand and just gets that natural fade at the end. Very soft landing approaches.
He's had a Rhino in the bag as long as I've known him. I remember back in 2015, Worlds in Pittsburgh, he's out there.
And you really don't see him a lot these days. You don't see a lot of Rhinos in the bag of a lot of
No.
players, and I really do think it's a fantastic disc.
Macbeth.
All a little closer and a better angle than we initially thought. Very makeable putt here for Paul. Not a lot to think about.
To maintain a 1-stroke lead.
Pressure back on Gossage, because we also saw the putter of Gossage, which was just maybe a step and a half, 2-step in. Here he is.
To stay 1 back. With 4 to play. Fantastic make from Aaron. Oram comes back up the hill for birdie. No problem there for Matt. Calvin will drop this in, and as they make their way to 15, we'll take a quick break on the network. Back in just a few. The action heating up.
When the sun thus far, my soul at ease, yeah. If I go down, I might cause a sea, yeah. Them scheme, them go to sleep, yeah. They don't wanna come roll with me, yeah. Run, Ricky, run, run, Ricky, run. Run, Ricky, run, run, Ricky, run. Run, Ricky, run, run, Ricky, run.
Forget about all those who have come before you. There's more than one way to spin a disc. Find your line.
Tristan Tanner, T of 17 after a big missed opportunity on 16. Now 3 off the pace set by Paul. It's too high.
It's a scary second shot for Tanner. Long over the out-of-bounds carry on his second. Here's Matty on the tee, 15.
Oh, yeah.
Save and approved.
So wind pretty mild here. You can see the flanners by Paul. It is back into the headwind just slightly, but with this amount of wind, maybe gusting just a little bit, I still don't think it changes the disc selection too much.
Maybe just changing your angle?
I think for Gossage, no question it's the same disc, but for Paul, maybe the angle is the adjustment.
Oh, catching a tree on the way in. Terry, talk to us about that.
Guys, it looked like it hit the tree and then hit the ground and rolled out of bounds. Huge mistake for
No
McBeth.
way. Oh my goodness.
Wow, just 6% of the field have taken bogey here. Massive mistake. Gossage, a chance to take 2. Got to commit down the right side. Just like 13, trust the disc.
McBeth just opened the barn door. Gossage.
Much wider.
Oh my goodness.
And he's back to throwing hard. He took that same driver out. That's the one he has to rip for it to even fly a little bit high speed. Back to his comfort zone.
Heimberg.
That's just a wheelhouse shot for Calvin Heimberg.
It really is.
Wow.
Let's show you this McBeth reaction to the brutal tree hit and roll OB. How is it rolling that far?
It's sloping away right there.
It happens more than you think. If you get caught up in that tree, it's a coin toss.
It came
honestly.
straight down, though.
Yeah.
But look at how much wider he went. Look at the tree. The tree that McBeth hit. Gossage is flying well around. It's just a misfire at the worst possible time for Paul with 16 looming. Guys, 15 is playing as the 3rd easiest hole. Just 6% of bogeys on this hole. That's only 4 players of this final round.
This is coming down to the last putt, Nate.
Well, I mean, this drop zone is not a walk in the park either.
Nope.
Here is that drop zone shot.
Exactly. Any out of bounds must go to the drop zone. Handled pretty nicely. Not parked, but he's up there. Ooh, this is the time when Gossage has to now remember that he's gotten through the bad times. And that the good times before that have put him in this position. He made all these putts in the first 4 days. Yeah, he's missed a couple today, but you have to step over it, not thinking about that. Go through that routine, execute the shot.
And Macbeth still is actually out. Everyone inside 25. Oh, looks like Calvin will putt first, though. Heimberg for 2. Macbeth to save bogey. Slides it over the rim, but not by much. Gossage for the 2-stroke swing and the outright lead. 3 to play.
Couple sketchy putts there from those two guys, but nevertheless in and a fist pump from Matty O as well as his caddy.
Speaking of Matty O, that was him dropping in birdie. They are headed to one of the scariest tees in disc golf, hole 16 at the Country Club. You will see this on the other side of the break. Back in just a few.
If disc golf is your game, make Gotta Go, Gotta Throw your disc golf warehouse. With a huge selection of discs, bags, baskets, carts, shirts, and more. GottaGoGottaThrow.com has all the tools to take your game to the next level. Shop online or our Golden Valley, Minnesota store. Free shipping with all online orders over $75. Online or in-store, get what you need for the game you love. GottaGoGottaThrow.com, your disc golf warehouse. In the game since 1993.
Today we're comparing the DGA Mach 7 against one of our competitors' premium basket models. The Mach 7 is clearly the more durable of the two, especially considering these baskets are the exact same age, give or take about 8 years. If I were going to buy a new basket today, it would be the DGA Mach 7. Of course, I'm not in the market as I already own the... is this the best review you could find?
It's a great review.
No, this is a terrible review. Forget it. We'll cut this part. I'll figure out a different way to sell it. Thanks for watching. Oh my. Wow. Whoops. Oh, that's not very safe.
You don't become the best without taking risks. Yes, sometimes you won't make the shot, but the winners are right at the intersection of risk and skill. At Dynamic Discs, we've taken the risks. In 2012, we decided to make our own first 4 molds. Now, almost 10 years later, we want to share with you a piece of this history with our 10-year anniversary box. Thank you for being part of this journey. And remember, take that risk, as champions do.
When you first sign up for a PDGA membership, you're given a PDGA number. Your PDGA number is a stamp for when you got involved in the sport. It's a badge of pride for players and a part of your disc golf identity. Get your number today. Visit pdga.com/join.
Disc golf education is important because it prolongs the length of our sport and the popularity of our sport, and the most receiving of disc golf is children. So if we get that introduced to them young, they might grow up to be the next Paul Macbeth or the next Paige Pierce, and we don't know it.
Welcome back to the final round. PDGA Pro Worlds 3 to play. Gossage 1 stroke at a 5-time world champion Paul Macbeth. Big tee shots coming up on 16.
Now, it's not everything, but it's one of those obvious places for stroke swings. One on the island. Then, what if they both make the island? Who makes the decision to go for the putt? So much can happen here on 16. The shot is what it is. It's dead straight, and it's 320 feet. A little bit of wind coming off the player's rear, off their right shoulder from behind. Just enough to make you think.
This Shot very important for Orem as well. Currently in a tie for third with Tanner and Clemens.
Yeah, Matty, sneaky round today. 8 down. He bogeyed the third hole out there.
It was such a slow start.
Yep.
Oh, fantastic from Orem. You got to think he's putting that.
Commit to the routine for Gossage. He has to know that throwing this disc full speed puts him on the island. That back wall is there to help.
The zone for Gossage. A good mistake, making it long. Ooh, that putt though. Nate, what are you doing? Do you waiting to see where Paul is? You need to?
It's a tough one. It's a tough one. Are you willing to bet your tournament on that putt? That's only a question he can answer. There's no right or wrong decision, but it's all about the outcome.
Heimberg. Just missing ace. Flashing in front of the basket, but a birdie for Heimberg. That'll move him into solo 6th. Macbeth on the tee of 16.
He knows Gossage is on.
On and inside Gossage as well.
That was huge from a psychological perspective. Now Gossage, very inexperienced in these types of situations, has to act.
Do you guys have caddy advice for Gossage at this point?
In my opinion, you lay up. You force Paul to make that putt. Now, if he makes it, great. You assume he's going to make it. I am willing to bet my tournament on 17 and 18. Gossage has a tremendous way to play 18. He's got that huge sidearm off the tee. And 17, he's played well. I don't make it easy. Force Paul to make these shots.
Especially with how he's putted in the past 4 rounds. You know, potentially force the yips. But again,
he's looked good today. Better today, anyway.
Like Nate said, this is situational. It depends on what he feels when he steps up to the putt.
Yeah, I get home. Half of you are probably screaming and yelling. We could argue the opposite. We could argue the opposite very easy. Yeah, go ahead, make the putt. Put the pressure on Paul. But in my opinion, you lay it up, you force him to make it, and you even if you're tied going into the last 2 holes, know that you can win in those 2 holes. You have the shots. You don't bet your tournament life on a putt at the water.
I think it also depends on truly how far away from the basket he is.
31 feet.
Yeah, that's just inside jump putt range. We'll see.
See that headwind? There are worse results to be found. You love the courage.
I love the courage. More importantly, it stayed safe. Same situation. Paul will be going for it here.
For a share of the lead with 2 to play. Chasing 6.
Buckets. Champion's mind.
Incredible putt from the 5-time world champion Paul McBeth. And if you're Gossage, you didn't assume anything else was going to be different. That's why you went for that putt, because you assumed he was going to make it. But now, with 2 holes to play, you have a chance to win the world championship, and it's still in your own hands. You didn't put it into somebody else's hands. I think it worked out perfect for both men in this scenario.
This Oram for solo third. Oh, Matt.
That's a disappointing missed putt for Matty O.
It did stay in, though. Oh. Heimberg for 2. This for solo 6th. And that's where Heimberg will find himself. Looking like Calvin's likely ending point. Big swing there. Here's the miss from Gossage. It's a best case miss, but still a miss. And to back that up and tie it for the lead.
That looked so confident and balanced and committed.
That was with authority. On their way to 17's tee. Big tee shots coming up. Ahead on that same, Chris Clemens is second to the green.
Cutting the corner high.
A missed putt from Matty O opens up opportunities for Tanner and Clemens. Clemens would go into birdie from that position.
Tristan Tanner's third on 17. Drop in par coming his way. He would go on to par.
3 guys at 42 under par. You see Calvin Heimberg sitting there at 40. Solid day for Joel Freeman, 9 under par on his round.
Nice.
Top 10. You can see Nate Sexton in the clubhouse, another top 10.
Did it again.
Tied for 10.
Did it again. Never bet against that man at Worlds. Tanner on 18. Huge tee shot. Is it too big? It is. Advantage Clemens and Oram there in that battle for third.
The mad dash for the fans who want to watch 17 and the fans that want to come around the lake and be over here on 18. Well, I hate to tell you, all the front row seats are already taken out down on the green.
You look behind us?
Oh, yeah.
Heimberg on the box of 17. A little too low, and it is a little too low.
17 playing as the 5th most challenging hole today. 17% birdies. This is mostly a par hole for the field at 72%. A good tee shot gives you a good opportunity. You have to pierce a low power drive to give yourself a good chance.
It's like a mail slot out there.
Exactly. No worries of OB left. There is OB right.
McBeth tied for the lead. It's a slight underturn. It looks like it caught high. Terry, talk to us about that McBeth position. Might be somebody's cell phones are losing Terry.
I mean, it looked like he dropped kind of in the middle.
Did you see it?
I mean, it was high. He threw that force.
Yeah.
Which is interesting because you're throwing uphill at the low ceiling. But again, he knows the line.
Oram, a birdie. He's got solo third for the time.
We have to remember that these players have twisted back into the headwind. And one of the hardest things to do into a headwind is keep the disc from rising, especially on an uphill shot. That nose gets a little bit of that wind, brings it right up into those branches. Can Gossage make the adjustment? He's already seen his card mates throw this shot. Oh, buddy. That's perfect.
Oh my good advantage, Gossage. Macbeth might be so far back, it's going to take a miracle shot.
I mean, unless
for
he's
birdie.
right. Unless he's right side.
On that right side of the trees.
Oh.
Gossage.
It's that commitment. It's that commitment to the preparation. He knows it's a good one.
Thanks to Zuka for rolling back that replay.
I want to check. I got to check in with Terry Miller. Terry, do you have any idea of what Macbeth is looking at?
Guys, I apologize. I didn't see the shot. I was trying to get into position, but the gallery is so rowdy out here and ready to go. I couldn't even get into position to see Macbeth, but apparently he's out of position just as much as I was.
We really need to get Terry that one wheel.
We need to get Terry a security guard is what we need.
Get him throwing bows out there. Heimberg, his second well back on the fairway. And out of bounds?
That's going to be out of bounds.
Yes,
short.
sir.
That was
Yep.
just too low, just like his drive. Really bold gap he was going for.
Agreed. Ahead on 18's green, Ben Calloway for a top 10 finish. And it's a birdie finish along with that top 10. Well done, Ben Calloway. A rough year for Ben, but nice to see his talent shine through today, Ben. Brian?
I mean, this finish takes that from rough year to
great,
much better year. All your work goes towards this moment. You know what? Ben put so much work in. It's so amazing to watch him fight through a couple of really rough stretches.
We've got range for Paul. 5'10" to the green.
5'10", but look at what he's dealing with. These two trees right in front of him. He's going to try to weave through these trees.
You think around, Brian?
Or he's going to try to go left. There's two options for Paul. The left, obviously much safer, but also more challenging to bring it up by the basket. He weaves the trees. And he's got the distance. Paul Macbeth. What a shot inbounds. Still well short of the basket, but a huge shot for Paul.
That's a 450-foot shot, low ceiling through a gap that's 7 feet wide. That is ice.
And the difference between what Calvin did is Paul, he took the higher part of the gap, and he was able to get that disc to drift all the way out.
That's the only sliver of that gap that you can really go for.
That was going to get him to the green?
Wow.
To contrast, Gossage just 300 to the pin.
Now,
a full 200 feet closer than Paul.
Earlier today, during the FPO run, I walked out and put myself in the perfect spot out here on 17. So, wow, what would I do? Okay, if I was Macbeth, I'd drift one down here low to the right, throw that power hyzer. If I'm Gossage, I'm going sidearm. I am going sidearm with the overstable disc over the pine tree. That's what Gossage is thinking right now. He barely missed that shot yesterday, got caught up in that pine. A few more feet, he'd be perfect.
Orem. And that 440 to the pin. A long look there for Orem.
Upcoming shot. We may see Calvin first, but let's head over to the 18th green.
Nate Sexton for a top 10 finish. Count it. Man's automatic.
A 5 under par round today for Sexton leaves him in a tie for 9th place.
Solid day for parents out here in disc golf. Tatar.
You know it, man. Not only that, just all the parents of these players.
Yeah, sure.
How proud you must be by watching your daughter or son out here competing at the highest level, performing under this kind of pressure. This is what athletes live for. This is the moment.
I think of Aaron Gossage's father, who taught him how to play the game when he was just a little kid, taking him out to watch all the best pros back in the day. I can't imagine this feeling.
He knows the line. It's right there in front of him. There's not actually a lot in the way for Aaron Gossage here. It's about picking the proper disc and executing the shot. Paul McBeth out at 69 feet away.
That was not a good shot.
It also wasn't bad. Could have been a lot worse. He's in bounds.
That's a big opportunity missed, though, Doss.
No, 100%. It's a huge opportunity missed to potentially take a one-shot lead, but he didn't make an error finding the out of bounds.
Yeah, in this moment, you can't imagine what his adrenaline is doing right now. He gave himself a chance. Yeah. And you know what? He gave himself a chance to throw a jump putt, which you can let the adrenaline take over.
There's no stress on those.
I have watched him hit so many hot putts. He has one of the best ones in the game, especially if the wind is down.
Okay. What's his distance, Nate?
Gossage at 60. McBeth at 69. Paul will putt first. Remember the moment just a couple of days ago, Jones Supreme, Paul McBeth making a massive jump putt, and Aaron Gossage saying, wow.
That's right.
It's a chance for either one of them to really take the bull by the horns here.
Did it. This man is unbelievable.
I was just about to say this. We've probably seen him out of all the players that have been caught on film in the past 10, 20 years. I've seen more long putts go in from that distance. I've seen 90-footers go in. That was insane.
And you could tell by the way he reacted how much it meant to him. That thing, what a putt from Paul McBeth. Just perfect pace, perfect weight, right in the heart.
If you want to study Paul's putt, that putt and 16's putt are the ones you study.
Orem for solo third. It's low and right, and Gossage is next, gents.
Yeah, down here on the green of 18, they have a big, massive screen showing the show. It was pandemonium on the green just moments ago. But remember, a chance for Gossage here.
A 60-footer for a share of the lead. One to play.
I mean, he's got nothing to lose at this point.
This is everything.
Slight headwind.
Not to be there. We'll be down at least one as they head to 18. Gossage to stay one back of Paul, one to play. Good putt for par. Paul McBeth from 70 feet from the fairway grabs the lead at Worlds with one to play.
I mean, I think about USDGC last year.
Oh yeah,
that finishing stretch was
putt on
unbelievable.
17.
That's somebody who wants this, like he said in the press conference, more than anybody.
Greatest player of all time with something to prove.
Somehow.
And more importantly, he's trying to prove it to himself. Last year going into the final hole with a one-shot lead. And it was an incredible shot of his own here on 17 that's going to give him that same one-shot lead.
I think that's the shot to talk about. The confidence is out. This whole week on the putting green, I didn't know whether the disc was going in the basket. Now,
and think about the tee shot. Think about the gutsy second shot. And think about the 69-foot putt that he had to make. And this was the scene over at the 18th green. Pandemonium.
Gossip had him by 200 feet off the tee and loses a stroke.
Unreal. Unreal.
I mean, you look at some of the best traditional golfers of all time. They weren't always in the fairway.
Okay.
It's the players that can make any shot happen under pressure.
Let's start to think about the shots here on 18. 18 is playing today as the 8th most difficult hole. 37% have birdie, but it's 21% bogey. And it's a tricky tee shot here.
As well as a treacherous second shot.
It's hard for Macbeth to get too aggressive right now because he wants to just put it in the fairway, but you need an aggressive tee shot to get a good second here. Paul needs one in the fairway, in bounds. Paul's done just that out in the fat part of the fairway, out there on the left. It's a much longer second shot, but being that far back, there's several options that open up. The one issue here for Paul is that he's in a little bit of defense mode because of the green. This is a very difficult green. How confident are you going at a 60-footer if the guy is parked? We have to start thinking about playoff scenarios just like last year.
Orem on the box. Still in that 3rd place tie.
We love Mario!
Gossage.
Gossage threw an impressive tee shot in yesterday's round. Can he do it again?
Being inside Paul here would be so huge. Don't know. Terry, talk to us. Who do you think is out here, Macbeth or Gossage?
From what I could see, it looks like Macbeth is closer, and we know how crucial that's going to be with having Gossage having to go first.
That is big. Thank you, Terry. Heimberg. That is huge. Calvin's going last. We know that. What a blast.
It's going to be critical, the angle and what shot we see from Eric Gossage. He has gone for the spike hyzer on the sidearm side. And that's a dangerous shot, but it's also one that's really open from anywhere that you are on the hole.
True.
And if you can time the distance and the speed perfectly, he could park it. The trick from that one is just beyond the pin. It slopes away. I walked it this morning, went down there. It's just 9 paces to the out of bounds on the bottom side of the green to OB. You got to think that Macbeth, again, being in defensive mode, is going to lay this one back. A 60-footer for Macbeth would be a good shot.
Think about 18 at the European Open. He was a foot and a half behind Eagle McMahon on 18, and he talked about how that kind of ruined everything for him. It changed everything. So now he has the advantage. He's getting revenge on that final hole. He's going to take back his victory, or at least give his best opportunity, or take his best opportunity.
There we were, and there they are as they make their way across the bridge on 18. Your scores. Paul up 1 halfway through the last.
Yeah, and if you're Paul McBeth, you know exactly what you need to do. In this scenario, you do have to react off of what Gossage does, because if we flip it around, if Gossage pegs this shot,
he's got it
inside C1 or even in the bullseye somehow, some way. Now Paul's got to go at it, and that's when you bring in danger. So all kinds of scenarios here.
He's going nuke, Brian.
This shot's so hard, and he's pretty far back. I want people to realize this slope down to the water is steep.
330 to the pin, thanks to our friends at Bushnell.
So the power he has to put into this is closer to 400 with the height.
McBeth somewhere around 305. It's Gossage about 340 here. Shot of the tournament for Aaron Gossage.
Guys, that's just a step or two outside of the bullseye. That's going to be an easy drop-in birdie. McBeth needs to answer.
What a clutch approach from Gossage.
Here it comes. I said shot of the tournament. That's the shot of a lifetime, and he is on the upper side. It's a flatter putt from that side of the green. All the pressure is on the shoulders of the 5-time champ for Matty O. Right here, a birdie would give him a solo third-place finish.
Tries up just before finding the out of bounds. He will have that putt for solo third at Worlds.
This is a tricky shot for Paul with the backhand. Got to try to get it up and over the rise that's just short of the pin. Gossage took all that out, just took angle at it. Very touchy shot. The 5-time world champion, Paul McBeth, just needs a chance for birdie.
Terry, that one looks like it dried up short. Talk to us, sir.
It certainly did. That's out near circle 2. McBeth will have to act first before Gossage.
He's laying that up, right? Edge of circle 2 on this green.
I mean, he just made a 69-footer.
But, I mean, take your chances in the playoff with, you know, you're a 5-time world champion. You're against, Aaron, you know.
If I open up the instruction manual, it says,
what does it say?
You must lay up.
Okay.
Paul McBeth's never read the instructions. And he just nailed a 69-footer on the previous hole. All that being said, it would be almost unimaginable that Paul would put his world championship on a potential roll away.
Hey,
and if it rolls away out of bounds, it's over.
Yeah.
Gossage could literally lay up and win. So, which he wouldn't do because he's basically at the bullseye. Wow, what a decision for McBeth. What are the playoff scenarios? What holes do we play? We got to find that out. I don't have that information.
We've got our graphic for you to answer that question, Nate. 16 through 18 on replay. Oh, man.
Whoa.
That's not going to last long. McBeth, we've got him ranged here at 45 feet. Now, that feels fair, actually. Oh, my goodness. For the win if he wants it. A layup for the playoff if he wants that. At least that found the cage and settled, parked for par. That was, whoa.
That's why we love this man right here. That's why he is one of the best athletes we've ever come in contact with. He is not afraid of the unknown. Incredibly gutsy putt. Now all the pressure on Gossage. I know it seems easy, but in these moments, sometimes you can't even lift your hand. It's that heavy. Matty for third by himself.
And he will stay in that tie for third along with Tristan Tanner and Chris Clemens. Congrats to them on a great tournament. Heimberg should actually just lay this up, not that it matters. He's on a little island.
Yeah, 2 strokes ahead, 2 strokes behind for a 6th place position. Another poor final round for Calvin Heimberg, but a top 10 finish is still a top 10 finish at the World Championship.
Aaron Gossage for a birdie and a forced playoff.
You have to trust the routine. I know it seems easy, folks, but it's not.
In a row, Paul McBeth hits the World Championship playoff. This time, Aaron Gossage joins him. Drop-ins there for Oram and Heimberg. There's the drop-in par for Paul. Knotted up, 46 down.
Yep, they will officially go do the scores, make sure everything is as we expect. Of course, they've been doing it on PDGA Live, so we hope everything's right, but they'll make sure. Let's go ahead and take a look at what we just saw over the last couple of holes.
What a crazy 3 holes. 4 holes as 15 was wild, too. Here's this tap in for Gossage to force the playoff.
So this is a guy who has admitted that he does not like putting short putts on elevated baskets. That's actually one of the more niche holes in his game that he's mentioned. So I love that he's been able to step up with confidence and hit these. And what about the second shot getting up to the green here?
Wow.
Wow.
Nate, my heart is beating out of his chest right. I can't imagine being Aaron Gossage or Paul McBeth right now. What's that like?
2 things. It's terrifying, but it's also, this is what you live for. This is why you do it. This is what it's all about. At the practice field, at the practice basket, by yourself, off seasons, all that stuff. This is what you live for. A playoff to win the World Championship. Paul McBeth 2 years in a row. Aaron Gossage. This is a life-changing moment.
I'm just extremely proud of Aaron being able to go up against such a titan in Paul McBeth. And the final upshot, I don't care how dialed he is with a spike forehand, that's out of bounds the entire way. Yes. There's thousands of spectators on that side he's flying over. He's flying over the entire gallery to spike into a slope green. That confidence is incredible.
And it was the same shot that he threw on 17 that he made the mistake. He made it up on 18, and that was the most important one. Let's go ahead and take a look at what we just saw over the last 3 holes.
Starting on 16, Gossage bravely running that birdie look.
And he was just as brave as Paul on 18 there. Yeah. You know, to go for it. They both missed off front cage. Paul, dagger.
And then this from the fairway.
This is one of the greatest shots of all time.
It's the holy putt, man.
It was a perfect putt. And he knew it.
Yeah.
I mean,
unreal.
He will remember this shot regardless of result for the rest of his life.
No question about it. No question about it. There's certain stories that you tell, and that'll be one.
And Paul running that for the win, finding the cage on a great effort. And still needed this. And when you're a pitch putter, as you mentioned, these can be interesting. Coming low to high.
And just think, guys. Uphill putt, he doesn't like it on elevated baskets, but 2 years in a row, it's an island hole on the playoff.
Oh, you're right.
It's island hole 16. Number 16.
When we come back from the break, the island hole. And the playoff. We'll catch you there.
Power Grip is the only disc golf retailer, and now we've established Power Grip USA's online store, with retail stores still to come. Come see why we call ourselves a pretty good disc golf shop. Shop online at powergripusa.com. We're here to help.
Welcome back to the action at the Country Club. There is where they are headed.
So I was just looking back throughout the week here. They've played the hole 3 times. Aaron Gossage has hit the island all 3 times, went on to par all 3 times. Round 1, Paul McBeth took a par. Round 2, he missed the island, laid up, got his bogey, and today, of course, you saw him make the birdie. So they both know what it takes to hit the island.
You guys are ready?
They both know their shots.
Okay, guys,
They just done it about 20 minutes ago.
We will start
decide
on hole
who's going to
16,
go first.
16,
Let's listen
17,
in.
and 18 on repeat until we have a winner. I'm going to flip a coin for who gets the first box. Paul, your heads, Aaron, your tails. And we will alternate after that, first on the box. Okay? It is tails. Aaron, you have the box first. Good luck, gentlemen.
Thank you. Gentlemen, make your own calls. We'll be there at the second if necessary.
Good to go.
Last year, Conrad put it on the island. Paul missed the island, making it an easy victory. Can Gossage put the pressure on Paul?
Stick the island and win worlds. More likely, anyway. There still is the drop zone.
It's a rowdy crowd.
The back wall in this scenario is your friend.
Aaron Gossage has one last putt from the drop zone to force Paul to make his putt.
And Paul did exactly what he needed to do. Put it on that back wall. It's what he's done. And yet again, guys, 2 years in a row, Paul McBeth has to nervously wait out one final shot. You know, last year he was in the middle of the fairway waiting for James to throw, and it went in and he went back to work. And today he's going to do that same thing. He's going to sit and wait. He knows he's got the par. There's no question about it.
Interesting. Again, someone's got to make a hero shot on him.
It's just patience. It's just patience.
It really is one of the first forehands we've seen Gossage throw where he's really sawed it off. I mean, the upshot on 17 and then this one.
Mm-hmm.
That's about it.
You know, it's a big island, and Aaron Gossage didn't give himself the chance to hit that island. He was short. It was too high out of his hand. That's nerves.
Mm-hmm.
And, well, this is what it's all about. It doesn't matter if it goes in the water or not. You got to give it a good run. Gossage. What a moment here for Aaron. For Aaron, it's what could have been for Paul Macbeth. It's the 6th title.
This guy just graduated from college. He got his computer science degree, packed up the Toyota Sienna, and drove out on tour to test his skills against the best in the world. Here we are.
Guys, I think the instruction manual says go for it.
Who wrote that
You picked up the
instruction
wrong
manual?
book, man.
Of course, just joking.
Did Aaron write it?
Just a chip. It's a moment y'all dream of, right?
There he is, your 2022 PDGA World Champion, Paul Macbeth.
Paul?
I love you so much. You did it. Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, your 6th-time world champion here at the 2022 PDGA Professional Disc Golf World Championships, Paul Macbeth. There's really not a whole lot of words.
It's incredible.
Well, it is, and he continues to do incredible things. And we had footage earlier when he went on that beautiful playoff run with Ricky Wysocki, and then everything from last year. So nice.
That putt on 17, Nate, from the fairway.
It's just so nice to see even the greats in the world have to strive, and to have to battle. And that's what Paul did, and he did it beautifully.
He told me a while back in a long conversation that I had with him that when he was 17 years old, he out loud spoke to himself, I'm going to change the game of disc golf. Not many 17-year-olds in the world thinking that. He is a special individual, and he showed it again today. He rewrote another story in the history of this beautiful game.
Mission accomplished there. Mission accomplished today. Let's send it down to the green with Terry Miller and Paul Macbeth, your world champion.
And joining me now is our 2022 PDGA World Champion and 6-time World Champion, Paul Macbeth. Paul, it's the most emotional I've ever seen you for a winning putt. Tell us what this means.
It means a lot, man. I was in Aaron's shoes last year, and man, I feel for him because it's tough. It's tough, but I know he'll bounce back, and I don't know. I seem to find a way to make big putts on 17, mess it up on 18, and go to a playoff.
Earlier this year, you called me up and you said, what do you mean I'm having a terrible season? I'm still playing pretty well, but you hadn't won anything big. You hadn't taken it down. You came up short at the major. You came up short at European Open. What does this mean to come back and fight the way you did?
It means a lot. I mean, I still struggled, you know. I still was not that good from the putting green, but I just found a way to push through and just continue to somehow get them to go in and put myself in this position. So, I don't know, like you said, you know, I'm pretty emotional right now.
How do you dig deep to clutch up in the way that you did on hole 17, a putt you just referenced? You had the very errant mistake on 15, which was surprising, but then 2 holes later on 17, you make it from outside of circle 2. Where were you digging deep for that?
I just told myself, you've got to will this one in there. Whatever you have, just will it in there. Give it everything you have. And I was able to drop that one on 17. It gave me kind of a cushion on 18, but I should have, you know, put that one a little bit closer.
So often we hear you talk about how you want to chase down Kenny, how you want the most majors, you want to be the greatest of all time without question. What does it mean to get one step closer with one more world title?
Man, I mean, it's awesome, you know, but I just wish he was more present. You know, you see a lot of those greatest of all time, and they're present. So I want Kenny to be more present.
You've looked up to a lot of people, maybe even Kenny, one of those, as I know you spent some time in Florida at one point. What does this say about your overall legacy as a player?
I feel like it's still growing. You know, I feel like this is my 15th year doing this professionally, so I want to continue doing it and continue showing up at these majors and showing up at the big events. So, man, I don't know. I just want to keep building.
You always find a way to do it. Sometimes when you're behind, you say, well, I'm just doing that to give everybody a little bit of a show. You put on a show this week. Please tell the world, give any thanks or accolades you need to send out there.
Thank you all for watching. Thank you to my family back home in California. I know they're watching. I gave them a heart attack. I feel bad for my grandfather. He's 91, so he was there watching. So thank you, and thanks to my family in Virginia. My wife's here. My friends are here. My sponsors are here. Thank you all.
Took 4 years, but you are now again world champion. Paul McBeth, your 2022 PDGA World Champion. Hey, man. Super proud of you. Nice work. Nice work.
Am I
done? It's done, man. It's done.
Beth, you're a world champion. Never underestimate the heart of a champion. You can never count this guy out.
Yeah, I mean, he looked like he was working so hard to score all week. And I guarantee you, if someone asked him in that post-round interview if he actually felt good all week, I don't think he would say yes.
His putt never looked dialed until maybe 17
it
today.
It looked dialed until, yes, yeah. Until the putt on 16, putt on 17. I mean, this is somebody who, like he said, was willing his way to victory.
Came a year late, he might think, but he grabbed his 6th world title. Look at this putt on 13 with Gossage parked at that point.
Before the tournament started, again, we asked him, what would the 6th world title mean? And for him, it was to prove everybody that he wants it more. And with shots like this that go a long way to make that proof, to prove to the world that he is the best when he's not the best. And that's what Paul McBeth did this week. It was way back in the very early goings. I mean, if you were with us all week long, I told Ian, pump the brakes. The alarm bells can't go off. He was even par through 4 or 5 holes in the start of the tournament. And here he is. He couldn't make a putt. He was worried if he could make a 15-footer. And greats prove that they're great, even when they're not at their best.
My wife, Hannah.
Paul?
I love you so much.
She's an absolute gem. Ah, the Cuban Missile Crisis there for a good hug. Good bud there. Mr. Marquez. 6-time world champion. The printing press is already cooking over there at Discraft, Ryan.
I'm sure they're building a new sanctuary for the molding presses.
Unbelievable.
Here's what I want to say.
You think he's out? And then
real quick, I'm sorry. Here's what I want to say. There are so many Aaron Gossages on tour right now because of players like you and Kenny and Paul. And then in FPO, we have Val, and we have Elaine King and Paige Pierce and Juliana Corver. They paved the way for all of these kids to think what was previously impossible in the career of a professional disc golfer, it's now possible. And now we have so many Aaron Gossages graduating college and saying, I don't care what the rest of my life looks like. I'm taking this as far as I can, and I don't care. And you know what? Aaron proved that this week. This is all he cares about. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, it really is. And when you start the week, you think, I want to be a world champion. But if you've never done it before, you really don't know what that looks like. And for Aaron Gossage, he still doesn't know, but he got pretty darn close. He got pretty darn close to understanding, and he took the best player that we have right now that's playing to the very limit. And he made him earn it. And that's the thing that makes it so compelling. That's what makes it so much fun to watch, is that Paul McBeth, it could have been easy. Gossage could have just folded up the chair and just went home. like you said, he's new to the scene. He would have been the second shortest number of pro tournaments to be the world champion at 96. But he had that opportunity. And everybody at the beginning of the week says, well, it's, you know, what is world? This is what it means. Forget all that. This is what it means. It's the hardest thing to do in the world.
You expect he's growing and learning from this experience, though, you know?
100%. Not even just as an athlete, as a human being. I think everybody watching this who wants to be a better disc golfer, go back and listen to his interviews. How honest is he in the face of so much pressure to just say, yeah, I screwed up. Yeah, I got nervous. No worries. I made some mistakes, but I'm going to do better. He didn't judge himself the entire time, and I love what he did this final round. He was kind of smacking his leg with the disc. You know who does that? Paul McBeth, Ricky Wysocki. Yeah. It's a sense of urgency. It's not necessarily insulting yourself. There's a huge difference there, and you can tell he is so earnest and striving for perfection, but not demanding it of himself. That is a very special quality in a young athlete.
Yeah, it's like a momentary release of tension, and then he's back onto the next shot. The positive attitude is right back.
Exactly.
You know, I love the mental game we saw from him.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it really all season long. A lot of new faces, a lot of young guys with opportunities, and you know, this moment right here is, of course, Paul McBeth's moment. We're going to have him in the booth here in just a moment, but
he's on his way right now.
I mean, he's busy. He's a busy guy.
A little bit,
but you know, my mind again as a competitor starts to think about 2 weeks from now. And what does the rest of the season mean? Because McBeth's mind's already on the USDGC.
There's another major coming.
He wants to win that next major, I guarantee you. But for the moment, we'll all bask in the glory. This morning, Kristen Tatar said, well, I think we're going to go ahead and enjoy this tonight, and then I'm going to start thinking about Vermont. That's the mind of a champion. You know, and if Aaron Gossage has a mind of a champion, he's going to look at this not as a failure, but as a success with room to grow. So all in all, a success across the board.
I mean, last thing I'll say, he's tasted it now.
There you go.
You know?
Yeah.
Now you've been there, and now you really know what it feels like. And it's probably hard to go back to anything else. This is a new standard for him.
Life's not normal anymore, is it, Brian?
Yeah, he's got memories he can build on. I like that. We're going to take one more quick break. When we come back, we'll have Aaron Gossage as well as Paul McBeth. We'll catch you there.
MVP Black Hole Pro is the best portable basket on the market.
It's easy to transport. You can set it up in under 60 seconds, no problem.
It's perfect for any sort of practice putting. I would recommend it for anyone who needs a portable basket.
They say, like, you're the greatest of all time, but in my mind, that is not true. There are 2 other women that I'm tied with. Until I get that 6th world title, that is still up for debate. So this is so important to me to cement my name in disc golf history as the most winning woman to ever play the game.
Come out.
Play disc golf.
And let it fly with Lone Star Discs.
But it just really didn't go how I thought it would.
You need to drip your way up and down the fairway? What even is dripping?
Like an elephant?
Close, but underwater.
I'm asked all the time, why do you play disc golf so much?
The best answer I can think about is there's just something about disc golf. You might think it's just like any other sport, but I can promise you this is not the case. Disc golf is the closing of your computer, the discipline that it requires, that sound of those chains. I don't know what it is. The whole world should have the opportunity to try it. Let's grow this sport.
He's way out of position. Like,
he's gonna have to force it, though.
I don't think he can.
Think it's even possible?
It's in the impossible range.
The way Worlds ended last year, you couldn't have wrote that in a book.
After the initial reaction, I had to process.
If you don't even think it's a sport, watching this moment has to get you pumped up.
He's going to need the shot of the century.
I could sense something was about to happen.
And before we talk to the 6-time world champion Paul Macbeth, we have to hear from Aaron Gossage. Let's hear from him in the country club.
All right, we're here with Aaron Gossage. Aaron, so much to process. Just happened a few minutes ago. Tell us what's going through your mind right now.
Yeah, I'm just thankful to be in this position. It was a huge battle all day long, and I battled back there at the end. I really put together some good holes. Birdied 18 to force the playoff, so I'm really proud of myself. And then, yep, just lost it in the playoff.
When we talked about your consistency, the ice in the veins, we could go on and on describing your play this week. I mean, how did you just sum it all up in this final round, going toe-to-toe with Macbeth?
Yeah, it was definitely nervy. I threw some good shots, some bad shots, but like you said, I tried to stay consistent. I think my only bogey at Country Club for the whole weekend was there in the playoff, so I'll take that for sure.
You know, he talked about yesterday waiting on an opportunity for you to slip, which didn't happen often, and it just was vice versa. So I guess we just sit here and talk about how great a battle that was. But what does this mean to you going forward in your career?
I haven't really processed it. This is kind of just a surreal weekend. So overall, I'm not really sure what this means for anything. I definitely know that having those nerves at the top level is like a thing, and I need to get better at playing with that. So I'm hoping this is first of many lead card performances here, and I can get better at playing there at the top level.
No doubt, the first of many. Aaron Gossage, great performance here at Pro Worlds in Emporia. We'll see you next time.
Thank you.
Welcome back in, everyone. Joining us now, 6-time world champion. And Paul, it was a long walk, well, should I say in your case, a cart ride up here. Any extra moments to process what's just happened?
No, not enough yet. Not enough. I mean, it was awesome coming up the hill and seeing all the fans and, giving some high fives. And I don't know. It's just incredible.
I was going to say, Paul, at the beginning of the week, we asked you, what would it mean to win your 6th world title? Which, we really asked nobody that. Prove to everybody that I want it more. What does this moment mean through that experience? You weren't playing good this week, and you still took it. I think you proved, in my opinion, that you want it more. How do you feel about that?
Oh, it was mentally draining. I mean, it was just a big mental battle. I feel like I kept in control the whole time. I didn't freak out at all. And I knew even after I bogeyed that hole right there on 15 that I still have a chance. I need to stay in this, and I have a chance. Just convert the shots and keep moving forward.
So coming into today, of course, the 3-stroke deficit, and I believe by hole 10 that was erased. And did you know you just had to remain patient? This is a course where there's just so many scoring opportunities. Were you nervous at all?
Well, I mean, I was watching Aaron all week, and out here at Country Club, he has a game plan. So I knew what he was going to do. I knew the shots he was going to do. And I watched him play yesterday, and he didn't make any mistakes. So if he was going to be able to do that 2 days in a row, he was going to be world champion. So I knew there were some shots that I took from him. I had the box, and I was like, I'm going to throw Aaron's shot. I'm going to throw him off a little bit. So I really did that, and I think that really helped me early on in the round.
Well, and Nate kind of just alluded to it. You didn't play your best golf this week, and I think you would admit that. And then even just before we came on live, you showed me your calf muscle. It's all bruised, and that was certainly a conversation earlier in the week, you talking about having that cramp. Did that continue to bother you throughout even today's round?
I mean, it's still there. It's still tender. But I wasn't going to let anything stop me today. You know, whether it was cramping, whether it felt great, I was going to play the same. And that's just how mentally I was. You know, I wasn't going to let anything stop me, you know, besides myself, and I wasn't going to break.
Yeah, I mean, over your career, you've made a tremendous amount of incredible shots. Where does that putt on 17 rank? Because that was absolute pandemonium around the disc golfing world. 69 feet is what we had at Bushnell at, and you just canned it, no question about it. Where does that rank for you as far as the shots of your career?
It's right there with the putt on 17 at USDGC. The shot before that I felt like was even harder than the putt. So being able to even have an opportunity in that situation and then being able to steal one from Aaron like that, he was in perfect position. I mean, it's definitely up there because I had no other chance, or there was no other option besides make that.
And to follow up with that, when you get up to 18 and Aaron threw that shot, I mean, it was really an incredible shot that he threw. Very gutsy, going over the top there. What runs through your mind? Obviously, there was a lot of questions. Should he lay it up, just go to the playoff? But you went for it. In your mind, was there any question at all about that shot?
About the
one
putt?
on 18, the putt on 18.
The only way I was laying that up is if it was really gusty, and it was maybe, 5 to 7 mile per hour coming up off the lake. So I knew it was going to blow a little bit up left, and unfortunately I didn't get enough lift on it like I wanted. But I feel like that was the miss if I was going to have one was that, and kick left right there, and we go to a playoff.
Exactly.
Now we talk about how many years it's been, and I know that's a pretty high standard. But how many years since you actually won your last World Championships? When you're thinking about hitting maybe that reset button and continuing on for that 10 or 12, whatever the mark might ultimately be, what do you feel like this does for you and your confidence in that you're trying to reset and go after another world title? You're going to be thinking about it tomorrow. I know you.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm a play until I don't love it anymore, until it feels like it's a job. So I don't have, a certain amount of world titles. Do I think physically I can do another 15? Sure. But, I got to love what I'm doing.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we're all blessed to love what we do, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, and that's why the proof is in the performance, really, at the end of the day. We just talked about it right before you came in. Does your mind already go to where we're the playoffs and the Tour Championship and obviously the USDGC that looms out there? Kristen this morning, Tatar, said she's going to enjoy it tonight and then her mind is going to go to Vermont. Where's that for you? I mean, who are you going to enjoy this with? Obviously your wife and your friends and family.
I think Kristen answered it for us. We're staying at the same house, so I'm going to have to sit back and enjoy it tonight.
Exactly.
So we just have, of course, the one more major at the end of the year. We've got big tournaments, as we were just alluding to, the playoffs, along with the Pro Tour Championships, and then another major. Do you feel like you could still put yourself maybe even in the conversation for Player of the Year? Do any of those accolades matter, or is it just ultimately winning those majors?
I mean, I think Player of the Year and being the #1 player in the world kind of go hand in hand at times. So I feel like it's still a toss-up this year. I don't know where all the other players finished. I was just kind of focused on Aaron. And, I mean, honestly, to further answer your question, I just need to see how my leg's doing. It's pretty sore, and as soon as I laid that up, I really didn't want to walk all the way up there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, Paul, you had a momentous occasion today. You actually doubled my number of world titles, so congratulations. That was actually the biggest thing you did today.
That was the easy part for you.
I just got to say, but we're going to start working our way getting out of here. Very proud of you. I first met you when you were 15 years old in Flagstaff, Arizona, when I had won my first world title, and to see you win your 6th after what happened last year, it's a tremendous honor to sit here next to you. Congratulations, and we look forward to many more world titles with you.
Thank you all.
Well, it has been incredible, as Nate just said, and the consistency that you had. Yes, you had the playoff last year, but the string that you've put together at these World Championships, first or second every year for these last 10 years, this year picking up your 6th, just the true epitome of consistency and professionalism, and we love seeing it. What we also love seeing is our OTB shot of the day. We're going to cue that up for you and take a look. Maybe Paul would have a guess at it. I don't know. Well, we'll take a look and see what it is. Here's your OTB shot of the day coming at you.
Well, we know what it is. Why don't you go ahead and tell the fans at home what it feels like at this moment?
That was my most guaranteed putt right there. No, I mean, I was teary-eyed before I even got to that moment. As soon as Aaron missed the island and I put mine on there, I felt for him. So it just feels like redemption.
The embrace from your wife. What did Hannah say to you?
She said, "I love you. You earned this. You deserve this. You've put all the work into this. I'm so proud of you, and I love you a whole bunch."
I don't think she could say it any better as the warm embrace there took place. It was incredible to see. And Paul, we know, like you said, you're gearing up. You're going to check the leg. We're excited to see what you're going to do. You've got other major titles to defend yet here in the 2022 season. And I don't think we could ever get sick of watching that. Hannah, also such an incredible spirit out there. And we know that she helps you out along the way.
Yeah, definitely my most emotional moment on the disc golf course.
Well, we're glad that we got to see it. We're so proud and so happy for you. We're going to start to close it out. This has been an incredible week for all the people out there on the ground doing the work, along with our host, Dynamic Disc, and the PDGA to put on this major. The entire staff and crew at the DGN have been out there hustling around, battling the elements and the conditions just like Paul has. Of course, Charlie, along with Val, Elaine King, who are all here this morning, and then your host this afternoon, Ian, Brian Earhart, Nate Doss. I'm Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy. This is Paul Macbeth, your 6-time world champion. We're going to see you guys for more action coming up on the Disc Golf Network. We've got more events, including the USDGC, the next and final major of the year. We'll see you guys next time.